This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Power supply has been restored across the Mount Kenya, Rift Valley, Western, South Nyanza regions and parts of Nairobi following Wednesday night widespread outage. Kenya Power says restoration efforts are continuing in the remaining parts of Nairobi and the coast region. It said technical teams are working to fully restore electricity as soon as possible. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has urged the judiciary to investigate claims that money was used to influence his impeachment. Speaking after welcoming Nyandarua Governor Kiarie Badilisha to the DCP party, Gachagua said his impeachment was illegal and that he trusts the court to deliver justice.
Siku walinifukuza kwa kazi, watu walijamaza. People are in shock. They did not believe it. Na uzuri wameanza kuongea. Junet Mohamed amesema walipewa pesa wanifukuze. Jalango jana amesema walipewa pesa wanifukuze. Kila mtu walijua, lakini wameanza kusema. And we are asking our courts, our judges, to take judicial notice of what these people are saying. Because they live in this country. Beef wanasema hadharani walihongwa kutufukuza kwa ofisi. Then the judges must dispense justice.
Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei is calling on the government to stop sugar imports, saying they are hurting local farmers. Speaking in the Senate, Cherargei said Kenya produced enough sugar in the first 5 months of the year and warned that allowing more imports could weaken efforts to revive the country's sugar industry. He urged the government to put Kenyan sugarcane farmers first.
Between January and May, I have consulted Kenya Sugar Board. We produced 348,143 tons. This Mombasa Sugar Refineries Limited has been allowed to import 165,000 tons of sugar in the country. While the production has increased, Mr. Speaker, this is a threat to our sugar farmers, because where I come from, Nandi County, especially the entire Masop and Tindred sub-county, Mr. Speaker, sir, we produce a lot of sugar. So if we allow this glaring importation of sugar without regulation, and you have heard the CS of Agriculture has never commented on this, CS Mutai Kagwe, we are threatening the steady production of sugar in the country, Mr. Speaker.
The U.S. military says it has started carrying out airstrikes on Iran after accusing Tehran of launching a surprise attack on American forces in the Middle East. The U.S. military says the strikes are a direct response to Tuesday's attacks on U.S. bases in Jordan and American ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest escalation comes a day after the U.S. and Saudi Arabia carried out their first publicly announced joint strikes against Iran-backed groups in Iraq. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. The time right now is 7 minutes past 6 o'clock. Uko namna gani? Najua uko fit because, number one, this is the day that the Lord has made. The weather is looking beautiful. I'm absolutely loving it. Haina stress yoyote. You know, it's not giving pressure. Sometimes when you walk out and you're just looking at a dull day, as much as I know some of you are saying, but it's dark, how do you know it's a dull day? Well, you can know. If it's cloudy out there, you can always say that, apana hii itakuwa stressful day. Not that I don't want rain, but I really want rain to rain in places where it doesn't rain. For example, huko mali tunasikianga kunaitwa arid areas. Huko ndio mvua inafaa kwenda. Huko akina Chalbi Desert, watu at least waone miti for the first time in a very long time. Na kama uko mahali hakujanyesha in very many years, tafadhali tuambie ni wapi. My people from Kitui County tunanjuanga hii shinda inakuanga ni mingi sana, lakini lately it's not bad. At least even our rivers have got some water. CT Muga, CPTT, how art thou doeth?
Old Testament uko mzima?
Mimi niko fiti? Hii ni homa nasikia? Ama ni homa ama ni mafua ama ni baridi ama ni nini?
Baridi.
Oh, ni allergy
Ni baridi. Oh, it's okay. You are smart, you know. Ni kweli. In fact, these days it's gone down. Kitambo, nimfanye tu makosa nipigwe na baridi. I will sneeze for close to half an hour.
Right. Huh?
Yes.
Really, it's that bad?
But squeezy.
Uko tu sawa. All right. Good to know. Good to know. Nilikuwa naambia wa Kenya hapa that the weather is looking good and wanasema siku njema hii wa Swahili.
Weather ina look good wapi?
Ina look good huku nje.
Ina look good meaning what exactly?
Like meaning ina look good, like iko tu sawa. Edna ameingia kwa studio. Sasa niwache muchape story kwanza. All right. Uniache kuingilia mambo yenu.
Family matters.
You know what? I'm out of that story. Let me see what is significant. Wacha mimi niendelee kuongea na Wakenya. Niliambianga watu ambao wanakuanga wawili wanajuana tu mambo yao achana nayo. Anyway, let me you know, you people actually knew each other before I knew you. So, because you used to work together.
Yes.
Which is a good thing.
We work together for...
chukua your microphone. Tumia your microphone.
Oh, imekata kunifuata? Yes, we work together for quite a while.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is a good thing. All right. So, I was looking for... na imepotea. Nitaitafuta tu size. It was right here.
Hapo.
Yes, significant days in history today. So, on 30th of July, Uruguay won the first World Cup. Did you know that, City?
Yes, I did.
This is which year? Let me see. Uruguay walishinda mwaka gani bana? Mbona ijani? Yes, 1930. Uruguay defeated Argentina 4-2 to win the inaugural FIFA World Cup. Argentina inafikanga to finals,
Well, it means they play good football.
Actually, they do.
Yes.
They have gotten to the finals so many times, won it a good number of times, and also lost it a couple of times.
Now, if you're thinking of winning, and what about Brazil?
Brazil as well. Actually, Brazil has the highest number of cups.
Yes, unafikiria hiyo kitu ni yao.
Hii vikombe inakuwaga ni kama imetengenezewa huko Brazil.
The sublime soccer, football that they used to play. Man, it's almost spiritual. It uplifts you. Just watching them play. Yes.
Absolutely lovely. But I love, let me be honest. I love football and the people that play. As much as I may have favorites, like I'm a big fan of Liverpool. Yeah. But there are days I'll watch even other teams. Like yesterday I was watching.
Was Liverpool playing?
Actually, they played at 2:30 this morning. I couldn't watch it. Nilikuwa nimelala. But nimeamka nikapata wametandika Wrexham 1-0.
Kuna timu kama hiyo?
Wrexham, yes. Wrexham inacheza Division 1 saizi ya Premier League huko English.
They're playing the FA Cup?
They will be in the FA Cup, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why were Liverpool playing Wrexham?
Now, what we're having right now are international friendlies. And by these games, for example, the Liverpool one and the Wrexham one was being played in the US. So they are having a US tour. The English Premier League teams are having a US tour.
Inaitwaga promotion.
Wanajipromote for sure. Wanapromote. So they are there playing games. The other day, Chelsea played Western Sydney Wanderers. They beat them 6-4.
Walikuwa wameenda kucheza basketball.
Wacha nikwambie. Hiyo game first half ilisha 2-2. Hiyo now niliwatch because it was being played during the day at around 2 p.m.
And it was a weekend.
And no, it was on, I think it was on, when was it? Tuesday. Yeah. It was on mchana. Jamaa walitoka 6-4 and I was like, oh, it was a good game. Yeah. And other teams now, like Liverpool wamecheza leo asubuhi. We have a new coach anaitwa Iriola, nimesahau jina lingine ya kwanza. And many other teams at Chelsea have a new coach called Xabi Alonso. Xabi Alonso is the former Real Madrid coach. They fired him.
What
Then
did
Chelsea
what did they say he
hired him.
did?
What
do they say
hired
he
him.
did?
It's just performance, yeah. Real
He was
Madrid.
not winning cups.
Yes, they felt like he wasn't doing enough to ensure that the team is winning. Even Liverpool fired Arne Slot, which I think is a very bad idea. But
Liverpool fired who?
our coach, our former coach now, it's called
Arne Slot.
Arne Slot, yes. So wakampiga
Hiyo ni jina
kalamu.
yake?
Yes, inaandikwa ARNE, Arne, alafu Slot, SLOT. He's from the Netherlands. And he used to coach Feyenoord. Feyenoord is a Netherlands team, also a tier 1 team in Netherlands. Now Jurgen Klopp, our former coach who was there before Arne Slot, is now the coach for the German team.
There is a musical chairs that they play. Yeah?
Oh yes, Manchester United also their coach. What can I say? He resigned. No, not Manchester United, Manchester City. Coach wao alisema wase, I've done my bit. I've helped you guys win the APL. I've helped you guys win the Champions League. Now it's time for me to go and chillax. And he left. Now they have hired a new guy called Maresca. Maresca is the former Chelsea coach. Manchester United have a new coach also called Michael Carrick, who took over mid-season last year. Nitakwambia hizi vitu zote. Usijali, it's a lot of stories. Saizi kila team iko na coach mpya. Bournemouth wako na coach mpya because tulichukua coach wao. Ariola alikuanga wa Bournemouth. Yes. Sasa Bournemouth pia wako na coach mpya because sasa sisi Liverpool ndio tumechukua coach wao. Unaniget? Newcastle, Nottingham Forest have a new coach as well. It's crazy, man. Today is 30th, July 2026. It is the International Day of Friendship and World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. Did you know that?
No.
Now you know.
Yes, I do.
International Day of Friendship and World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. Wacha tuone hii ya trafficking because hii ndio tunaweza sema tuzingatie kidogo. The theme for 2026 is Trapped Behind the Scam. The 2026 World Day Against Trafficking in Persons theme, Trapped Behind the Scam, draws attention to a rapidly expanding form of human trafficking in which transnational organized crime groups exploit people to carry out industrial-scale financial fraud. Victims are trafficked for forced criminality and compelled to participate in online scam operations, and this form of exploitation is closely linked to cybercrime, financial fraud, money laundering, and corruption, demonstrating the increasingly interconnected nature of organized crime. What is happening in Myanmar? You remember a few weeks ago, Myanmar said hawataki kuona Waafrika wote huko kwao because they were trying to curb these things. Someone might think that they were being racist, but they were not. They said that every single African should leave Myanmar because many people that were in Myanmar at the time are actually slaves and they are being forced to carry out this cybercrime. So I think the deadline ilipita. So if you're an African and you're found in Myanmar, they know for a fact that you're a slave. So big shout out to the country of Myanmar for taking that very drastic step. They said every single black, if you have black skin, toka.
You know, why do we keep insisting that we are black and we are not?
The point is, when we are categorized as a race, we are called the black race.
Who decided this?
Mwenye alidecide simjui.
Because these are the brothers whom we refer to as white. They're also not white.
They're not white. But we won't start calling each other cream and chocolate and beige.
Why not?
It will just sound weird.
So you get used to it.
Napana. Cream is what we put on cake. Cream is what we put on pastries. So you can imagine me saying, see that cream guy? Just sounds weird.
That beige guy.
Hey, beige is what we wear on our, the colors of our clothes. Give me that beige trouser, the beige jacket.
If that is strange, white is a color. We wear white shirts.
Yes, we do.
So,
but
the person is considered white.
Yeah.
It's a question of getting used to referring that person as white. So beige, if you use it enough often.
Tunalazimisha tuanze kuita watu cream.
Acha hivyo. Purple. kuna jamaa wengine wazee you get the impression there's a hue of blackness that you hadn't quite come across. Or you look and you think, am I the only one seeing this?
It is what it is.
Yes.
All right, sisi tupatie methali.
Right. We are still in the land of
Egypt.
Easy Pharaohs. He who has been burnt by the soup will puff at the yogurt.
He who has been burnt by the soup will puff at the yogurt.
Yes.
Oof. Because you are being careful.
Yes.
Once bitten, twice shy kind of
The
situation.
thing is, you have a choice. If you take a nice gulp of hot soup, you either spit it out, or
you do
as it slowly burns you. Thereafter, anything that seems to be in liquid form.
You're very careful with it.
Yes,
very
extremely.
true. Like I said, once bitten, twice shy.
Yes.
There's a time I remember nilikuwa mgeni mahali tukaekewa chai. I usually like my drinks cool. Me, I don't take anything hot.
Why?
I only like pilipili. Pilipili, the only thing I can say I take hot. But even food, I like food cooled food. Ndio nikule vizuri bila kufanya unahololiwa stakangi hiyo. So nikaenda mahali tukaekewa chai.
Pia
tukaekewa chai. Na nikasema acha nitulie chai fanya nini? Ipoe. And then after a few minutes, maybe 5 or 10 minutes later, I decided to take my first sip. In my mind, chai imepoa. Bwana, I took a huge gulp.
Right.
Alafu unajua sasa tuko we're in a table gathering, so I can't do it. Sisi temea watu hapo kwa meza. I had to do that. It went down my throat. It really burnt me. And for like a week, first of all, my tongue couldn't taste anything. I don't know how they cooked that tea. I don't know what they put in it, because how is it 10 minutes later that tea is still hot?
Was it a cold day?
No, it wasn't.
Then
it was during the day.
If it's a cold day, it will cool rapidly.
Yes. But hiyo chai ilikuanga ya Muluya. Hiyo ni kitu naweza kukumbuka for sure. Na tulikuanga umoja, ilinichoma bwana for a whole week.
Chai moto.
Singetafuna chochote. Singeonja chochote yani.
Chai moto.
It's hearty.
Chai moto ni mzuri bwana. Kuna watu who believe that burning sensation, that's part of the joy in drinking tea. But you hear people asking, your chai ni moto?
Right.
Meaning if it isn't moto, then
they won't take it.
No.
You remember the oncologist who came here a couple of weeks ago, he told us that they're trying to see if there's a connection between hot coffee or hot drinks, hot tea specifically, and throat cancer.
That has been a discussion for quite a while. And part of what brought about that discussion was the prevalence of throat or esophageal cancer in certain areas that were cold and where it was said people drank a lot of
hot tea
because it was cold. So yes.
Okay.
It's worth studying.
Wacha tuone. All right. State sued over 20 billion in unpaid insurance benefits for teachers, police and civil servants. Hii imeandikwa na Bradley Bosire. Bradley amesema hivi: the government has been dragged to court over claims that thousands of families of teachers, police officers and other public servants have been denied insurance benefits for years, leaving unpaid claims worth over 20 billion despite the existence of mandatory insurance schemes. A petition filed at the High Court in Nairobi by John Gitonga accuses successive governments of failing to properly manage statutory insurance programs meant to protect public servants who die, suffer disabilities or sustain injuries while on duty. Named in the case are the National Treasury, the Ministry of Public Service, the Social Health Authority, Insurance Regulatory Authority, Public Service Superannuation Fund.
Yes.
Okay. Public Service Commission, Teacher Service Commission, Judicial Service Commission, National Police Service Commission, the Attorney General, the National Assembly, and several leading insurance firms. Si Bradley angeanza hapo kwa lakini these are so many government agencies Hizi ni mingi.
The thing is zote. Because they're over 200, around 290.
Yes. But anyway, the point here is 20 billion in unpaid claims.
Well, do you know how much we have in unpaid bills, pending bills? It's approaching $1 trillion.
So we usually have a budget for that every year.
Mimi, I stopped understanding it because I couldn't understand it.
Tunawanga na budget ya pending
Yes,
bills.
we do. I remember President Uhuru on two separate occasions spoke, put money aside and said we must clear these pending bills. Well,
Sasa niulize aje? Na si kwa ubaya. Najua naweza uliza hii swali watu wanitukane, lakini nitaiuliza either way. Between kujenga Mau Rironi Summit Road na kulipa hii pesa, ni gani ya muhimu sana?
if you look at the matter of insurance, get into the details and ask. Question number one, why have all these entities, why are they being enjoined in the suit? Okay, why them? It means these issues involve people who work in these entities, because it's not as though they work. They work for.
And majority of these actually are regulators.
Yes, exactly. So
Yeah.
the regulators are probably being enjoined because they ought to have ensured that those who had a right to receive compensation
Have received.
Yes, exactly. What you'll find, given that this is Kenya, is that money may even have been released. It just didn't get to the people it should get to.
Okay.
Because the puzzle for me regarding pending bills is that the pending bill cannot exist in the absence of a budget, and that budget is based on money you already have.
Yeah.
So you set money aside to do A, B, C, D. You pay a deposit, mobilization fee, or whatever it is, and then you cannot pay the rest. How? It's actually utter madness. But then you'll also find that what happens in some counties, because these problems are in the counties as well as the national government, but mostly in the counties. When a new governor comes in, he will come with new contractors. The old ones will be ignored. The other ones will be paid. It is such utter rot. When you hear the stories of people having died, people having been hospitalized, they are not fairy tales. People have died.
They are realities, yeah.
Yes.
Because again, a petition filed at the High Court in Nairobi by John Gitonga accuses successive governments of failing to properly manage statutory insurance programs meant to protect public servants who die, suffer disabilities or sustain injuries while on duty. Yani kuna mtu amekufa mkiwa na pesa yake.
Oh, yes.
There's someone currently who is suffering a disability, probably in the streets of Nairobi, begging for money because mumekata na pesa yake.
Yes.
Then there are people who have sustained injuries while on duty, they still haven't been paid, and their lives have never been the same again.
Yes.
Unataka kuniambia hapa hakuna laana?
Utakosaje laana?
Haya, tusonge mbele. Arati says ODM won't give up deputy president slot in any 2027 deal with UDA. Ni saizi ningekuanga mahali, ningekuanga kwa hizi siasa hizi, I think ningekuwa naamka kila siku na blood pressure. ODM,
Me, I'm not in politics, and reading such news gives me in a bandage of blood.
ODM deputy party leader Simba Arati has declared that the party will not back any 2027 election arrangement that leaves the deputy president position in UDA's hands, saying ODM expects an equal share of leadership if the two parties continue working together. He said the Orange Party is ready to field one of its own for the country's second highest office should President William Ruto seek re-election on the UDA ticket. Speaking at the ODM headquarters during a meeting with party delegations from Rift Valley, Turkana, Kilgoris and Nakuru, Arati said the party had already made its expectations clear as discussions over the future of the broad-based political cooperation continue. Asa Kindiki afanye hivi, atoke UDA, aingie ODM.
Game shot.
Yeah. Aseme tu ni aje? Fire si fire. Ameingia ODM, alafu case closed, we move on. Oh, sorry, they move on. Or President Ruto resigns from UDA, rejoins ODM, still runs for president. Kindiki is on the ticket as deputy president. And life goes on.
And ODM as a presidential candidate.
As a matter of fact, they do. Win-win. For them, that is. Yes, wako tu sawa hapo.
Well, since we are speculating, then former DP Gachagua also resigns and joins Wiper.
And then, but now you see, if he does that, and Kalonzo ends up being flag bearer, one party will have the president and the deputy president. Apana, it makes sense.
What I'm trying to say, I'm actually simply throwing it out there. I know what I'm saying is ridiculous. But that is our politics. It is ridiculous. Paul, what I find disheartening in all this is, you know, the so-called
190.
Chief, that person is not in any of these conversations. It's only if we do this, it's like a dance move. If you move your left leg, I'll move my right hand. Okay? If you shake your waist, I will turn my head. Now, you're thinking, guys, there's work that you're supposed to do. Okay?
See, and you know, as you say that, see, that is why someone like Gachagua has gone to the ground and he has come with the numbers. Yeah? So that right now, ukijaribu kumwambia hapati kitu, anarudi pale, unaona venye tumeanza kudharauliwa, hawataki kutupatia hii nini. Ndio mjue mulijiingisha kwa noma.
You know, there are some very genuinely clever people in this country.
Very clever.
Who have understood the power of narratives. And they create them, and those narratives hold sway.
Oh, yes.
And those narratives are treated as an absolute truth. It's a narrative, but it is spoken of.
Yes.
And then it also sounds like a hymn. No, not a hymn. Pambio. Chorus.
Ndio hiyo pambio.
Like moto imewaka leo. That one. Okay? Now, because you hear one person saying one thing, haki. The next person, same. Next. And you're thinking, wewe, hii maneno unaongea, at what point in your life did you experience this so that you're going to come to this conclusion? It's not that. It's the refrain that everybody has, so you also follow.
But if I may be the devil's advocate in this particular situation for a minute, all these things that watu wanafanyanga on the weekends, for example, wacha nichukue Linda Mwananchi, wakienda huko wakizunguka kila mahali na Sifuna. Nimeona Kalonzo ni kama amesema atakuwa is it Narok or Kajiado? Atakuwa mahali. So they go to the ground and tell people, oh, you know, we want you to have a good life. We want you to, we want your children to go to school. So if you select me as your president, then that will happen, right?
That's bank.
Then when they are done, during the week, they meet in the boardrooms and they say, look, Simuliona nilikuwa Kajiado juzi, I've got the numbers. Simuliona nilikuwa Busia juzi, I've got the numbers. Simuliona nilikuwa Bungoma, I've got the numbers. So, make me your deputy president, or make me your prime minister, or make me your prime cabinet secretary, or give me the energy docket, and we are good to go.
The revolution that is referred to as a revolution, yet was the Gen Z movement that sought to drain the swamp, as they say. I never really supported that thinking.
Yes.
But I am warming up towards it.
To that idea, yeah.
Because,
yeah.
No, go ahead, please.
But if let's even say today we have someone like Hanifa running for president, yeah? Hanifa mwenye tunakuanga naye Monday usiku. Running for president. Then we have another Gen Z running for whatever positions that they want. MPs and eventually city, once someone has been sworn in as president, they will need to form government. And how will they form government?
No.
They'll come together as like-minded people.
I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of the votes. Not necessarily young people standing, but looking for someone who, one, doesn't fit the common bill of what we call a Kenyan politician.
Okay.
Because they all talk. They all say the same thing. It's always that other person is making empty promises. So in response, we will not make empty promises. Yeah, but you have to tell people what you're going to do. You have to give them a roadmap.
Okay.
Now, that roadmap, it's a very convoluted situation. It's a very, very convoluted situation. So if somebody asks a question, Paul, if someone asked you, who are you likely to vote for president, what would you say?
right now.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll just tell them, banayo ni kura yangu, siri yangu.
Okay. I would say, you've asked me the wrong question. It's not who would I vote for. What am I voting for?
Okay.
Because for me, the what question is important. The who is not important.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it depends on how you phrase the question for sure. So if you're asking me, what are you looking for in the next president?
Yes.
Then now I can give you a list of things I'm looking for.
Yes.
I'll tell them, I'd like to see a better tax regime for sure. Because, hey, bana, some things unamkanga tu hivi unashtukia vitu zimefanyika and you're like, guys, what on earth are we doing? I'll probably tell you that I want security. Hii story ya hatuwezi enda maandamano because people are being shot, others are being stabbed by God knows who. You're there, uko kwa mkutano ya siasa, suddenly there's fracas. Me, what I want is security in this country, whether I am going for a political gathering or not. I want freedom of speech and freedom after speech.
Paul, what we have morphed into is a nation of double speak. And a nation that actually has little or no regard for the rule of law. But we say we do.
Yeah.
We will break laws. People in the highest offices in the land, as in people who are elected to those offices, break the law and seek to justify the breaking of the law, and then point at other people and say, but you see how that person is breaking the law? Kwani? And you're thinking, hey, Yani, you've missed this matter by such a distance. We are supposed to be equal in the eyes of the law, and we're supposed to adhere to that.
Yes.
But clearly, the people we elect our servants, by their actions, they believe they're above the law. Yes.
Me, I want someone who will deal with the drug issue.
Which
in
drug?
This country. Drugs. Madawa ya kulevya. Yeah. The narcotics. I want someone who will deal with the narcotics in this country.
So, Paul,
Sababu, if we look at the kind of damage it's doing, bana, I have, kitambo tulikuwa nasikia drugs, we would think it's this problem to ya coast, or maybe vitu tunanga kwa movies when we hear of drug laws and drug cartels when we are watching movies and series. But me now, I know of two people who are seriously hooked. And they are hooked to the hard stuff. Man. So we're talking about heroin, we're talking about cocaine. Yeah, it's not. And I cannot imagine what is going through. Those are just friends I'm watching from a distance. I can't imagine what their families are going through. Their wives, their children. But na hiyo kitu ni mbaya. Yeah. So that is the kind of lead I'm looking for. Looking at the roads, Ngong Road is not looking bad at all. Mambo yanasonga vizuri hapo. Nikiangalia Kilimani area, Agwings-Kodek, hizo barabara zote za Kinagitanga ziko sawa. Dennis Street pia inakaa Valley Road mnasonga vizuri. Watu ambao wanaingia town, nyinyi mko tu sawa, because Landis Road also is looking good. So this area yote tunaijua kama CBD, hamuna stress yoyote. Watu ambao wanatoka Thika Road mnataka kuingia Tao, stress yenu iko pale Pangani. But today is not as bad as yesterday. I'm looking at it maximum 1 minute delay if what I am seeing here is correct, because this stretch is what, about 200 meters max. And you guys mnapatiana nafasi vizuri, so it's moving quite well. Kiambu Road as well, no complaints whatsoever. Thika Super Highway this morning, it's actually looking very I spoke too soon. I wanted to say very impressive, but hapa kuna hiyo kutoka Allsops, ukielekea hapa ni wapi sasa? No, actually ni kutoka nyuma kidogo. Hii ni USIU, kutoka pale Safari Park nyuma kidogo. So this, we might as well just say Kasarani. Kutoka Kasarani, when you're heading towards Garden City Business Park, that particular stretch is very jam-packed. Why? I don't know. I'm assuming because ya ile stage inakuanga hapo. Alafu tukienda Mombasa mwasema vipi? Mombasa County, kama Nairobi inakaa hivi, I'm sure Mombasa County inakaa vizuri vyema zaidi. Actually the island of Mombasa is currently experiencing zero traffic. Like literally, your roads are grey. Only one stretch, which is ile barabara inatoka Nairobi ambayo inaingia town, Mombasa town, ndio iko na traffic pekee, na tunajua ni kwa sababu watu wanafanya nini? Watu wanawasili. Isn't that good? Yes, indeed it is good. Let's get into the paper check and see what is what is making headlines across the globe. Si tulijua jana stima ilipotea Kenya mzima? Yeah, did you lose power? Ama wewe unakuanga na generator?
We lost power.
Yeah.
I was actually at a cultural establishment when it went off.
Okay.
But that was a good thing because it meant that one now had all the reasons in the world to leave.
Yes.
But what did they say was the problem?
I'll check because they actually did release a statement because they said it was a nationwide blackout. But kuna watu, of course, unajua hii Kenya inakuanga na 150% conspiracies. They were saying that hiyo stima ilikuwa imezima because Wamatangi was having that interview on Citizen. And I went to the comment section because Wamatangi posted something. So Wamatangi on his Facebook, he posted and said, despite the nationwide blackout, Kiambu County had solar power. So you could see Kiambu CBD ilikuanga na tutaa tumewaka waka. Barabara zilikuanga well lit, some spaces where they actually had a lot of power. So he took an aerial view. And when I say an aerial view, I think he hired several drones because they took aerial views of several places in Kiambu. And he was saying that, Kiambu inasonga mbele. We are making Kiambu great again.
Was in this Wamatangi?
Yes, Governor Wamatangi. That is the governor for Kiambu. I am telling you, the comment section was lit. Hey, Kiongozi, Kinara, President, 2032, and so on and so forth. Hey, 2-term. Now, kuna wengine walikuwa naingia pale kwa hiyo the same comment section wanasema bro, wacha kusema magari za mataa za gari ndizo solar panels and many other people that went in there na akasema ulimalizana na FBI. Kenyans, nyinyi ni wale wazee. Let's check out the Standard newspaper front page. Wanasema hidden hand, cold shoulder. Hapo ndipo wameanzia na wamesema lakini acha nikwambie, watu wa gazeti wakitaka kukumaliza wanatafutanga zile picha zako, yani zile cray. So this is what they're saying. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, political fortunes appear to be unraveling with startling speed. Once projecting authority as President William Ruto's trusted lieutenant, he now finds himself isolated, undermined, and stripped of key responsibilities as rivals circle. Yet, the loudest statement is not coming from his critics but from President Ruto's silence. As his deputy comes under political assault, Ruto has neither defended nor reassured him, fueling speculation that Kindiki has been left to fend for himself, even as ODM Deputy Leader Wycliffe Oparanya's influence steadily grows. A couple of hours ago, Professor Kindiki posted a photo of him and President Ruto at State House at night in the dark. And he said,
don't have a power cut in the State House.
No. State House inakuanga na generator, I'm sure. Na maybe kuna solar pia. But alipost tu picha, hata ina caption, yeye na President Ruto, na akapost picha kadhaa kwa na President Ruto tu. Wamesimama, wameweka mikono kwa mfuko, wakiwa State House. So as you basically, I'm assuming anasema as you mkiendelea kusema kuna shida between him and the president, anasema bro, hapa tuko kazi tu.
Bro, this country, there
yes,
there are some rags that we have that write some of the most salacious stories you can ever come across. You find a headline which if you took at face value, you'd think everything has collapsed in the country.
Yes.
Just read, not first paragraph, read the second line. You've been wondering, there's a bit of a disconnect here. What am I reading? Read further, the disconnect grows. You get to a point you realize, this person is not really telling me anything. It's the headline which was supposed to attract you and pull you. But anything else, you make it up as you go along.
Kitu sielewi ni hapa kuna picha ya President Ruto akilisha Raila Odinga keki. I don't know what the connection.
How old is that thing?
What do you mean? The picture?
Or is that an AI configuration?
No, this is what is on the front page of the Standard. So there's a picture in the background, President Ruto anamlisha Raila keki. Then foreground.
And what is the headline?
hidden hand.
I see. Makes sense.
I don't understand why Raila is in this photo. Ama usi Raila? Uni Raila. Then there is Kindiki, and then there's Oparanya. Oparanya and Kindiki, I understand their position in this, or rather their part in this photo. Yeah? It's Oburu, eh? Ah. So this is not Odinga. This is not the late Odinga. Okay. Lakini City. Uni nani?
Yes.
Uni nani?
That hat is what gives the impression.
Ni Oburu ama ni Rao?
Yeah, I can understand why you said what you said. That's why I asked you, how old is this picture?
I don't know, man. Chitangale gazeti ingine. Daily Nation. Big losers in Sifuna's rise. A year ago, it would have seemed far-fetched to suggest that Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna could wield enough political influence to unsettle established politicians. But the 44-year-old lawyer, renowned for his gift of the gab, has taken national politics by storm, driving a movement that threatens to disrupt entrenched networks and usher in a new order. Although he has yet to formally declare his presidential candidacy, opinion polls rank him among the frontrunners, with his surge rattling both the government and opposition heavyweights. This story is on page 4. So on one side, they're seeing they've pictured the government. So we have President Tuto, Professor Kindiki, Mr. Wetangula, Mr. Mudavadi, we have Mr. Oginga, and we have Ms. Wanga. In the opposition side, we have Mr. Wamalwa, Mr. Musyoka, Mr. Matiangi, Dr. Matiangi, sorry, Mr. Gashagwa, Ms. Karua, and Mr. Nyoro, that is Dede Nyoro. And then smack in the middle, we have Edwin Sifuna. Row over 20 billion benefits for civil servants and teachers, hiyo tumeongelelea, but Nation may break down vizuri kidogo. Wanasema civil servants liabilities, that is the number of affected employees, are 500, and the value in shillings of the money that they are owed is 8.4 billion. Police officers and prison
in this country, is there anything which doesn't cost $1 billion?
No. Police and prison officers, 1,550 of them, 3 billion. Teachers, 11,000 of them, 10 billion. Historical unpaid claims, 4,370 of them, 8.83 billion. Alafu unpaid premiums for civil servants, 7.69 billion. Outstanding police and prison premiums, sikulikuwa na police pale juu tena tumerudia. And the police and prison premiums, 10.67 billion. So collectively, police are owed about 13 point something billion, eh?
Owed.
Yeah. Injuries, disabilities, and claims. We have about 2,000 claims coming to 3.96 billion. And then lastly, we have injuries and disabilities and incidents and other claims. The number of affected employees are 12,500. The value in shillings has not been mentioned, but there it is. Looming public health paralysis. That is on page 3. They're saying nurses have joined an ongoing strike by other healthcare workers, deepening a crisis that has disrupted operations in public hospitals nationwide.
We were told this the other day by one Mr. Peterson Washira.
Oh, yes, we were. As far as transport is concerned, MPs back bill to control matatu fares. Lawmakers are closer to enacting a law they say will restore sanity to the public transport sector and rein in PSV owners who exploit commuters. So how will they determine these fares?
I have no idea. I honestly have no idea.
Over to you, City.
I was looking at the Business Daily. And the Business Daily has business as usual.
Okay.
Public Service Commission issues ultimatum to Ketraco over CEO's fight. The Public Service Commission has issued a 14-day ultimatum to the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Ketraco board to respond to a petition seeking the removal of its acting managing director, piling pressure on the leadership of the state-owned firm. The letter dated July 16th and addressed to Ketraco board chairman Mohammed Abdi. PSC chief Executive Paul Famba warned that the commission will proceed to determine the matter without further reference to them. Masikio. Watu wanatishana hapo wanasema wewe.
Kuna vile.
You know, when you scroll through some of these papers and look at the news, you sometimes wonder whether you actually live in the same country.
Nini kingine kinakushtua?
See, I'm just looking at that same story of people who are owed money. But the Business Daily puts it more dramatically. State sued over 20 billion owed to dead, injured teachers, police, and then the list goes on.
Yeah.
Yay.
It's the same money we were mentioning earlier.
Same. My friend, I am not reading any more depressing news. I am going to look for the Star newspaper.
Yes.
Okay?
The Star front page.
Yep. Bang in the middle of the paper, of the Star newspaper. Study. HIV drug users prone to gonorrhea.
Eh?
Yes.
Come again?
HIV drug users prone to gonorrhea. This one I will read. PrEP, pre-exposure prophylaxis, protects only against HIV. So users become infected with other STIs that they are exposed to. The pre-exposure prophylaxis is usually the same drug that is used as an antiviral.
Yes.
Okay?
As an ARV.
Yes. Same.
Yeah.
So what happens is that it's now the divide between what is intended and what is understood. You are told that this thing will protect you against HIV.
Yeah.
As far as you're concerned, this thing is now bulletproof.
Yeah, sasa wewe, you can walk through fire.
You just, in fact, you have no fear. Just march forward. Then, gonorrhea comes knocking. Tells you, by the way, us, as gonorrhea,
we don't know.
We were not,
this prep of yours.
You were not informed.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
Actually, as they come in, prep does this to them.
Yes.
Karibuni tena sana wakurugenzi.
Mekuja.
Kiongozi.
Yes.
Kinara.
This is a story by John Mushangi of the Star.
Yes.
John Mushangi also happens to be a science journalist.
Okay.
He trained in science journalism at MIT.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
TET.
Yeah. Massachusetts.
Yes,
Institute of Technology. Okay.
All right. What it's actually saying is this. I focus on the gonorrhea, but it's not the only one. It says people taking medicine to prevent HIV are more likely to contract chlamydia or gonorrhea than those not using the drugs, a study shows. Study inakuwaga mzuri.
No, I don't know if they usually told this as they're receiving that medicine.
They're told.
They just assume.
They're told. Just like, you see, the counseling that is offered in a setting where people are providing care and treatment for those who are HIV positive, there is the preventative aspect of it, and that's where the PrEP comes in. Okay? There is a prophylaxis for pre-exposure.
Yes.
All right?
And post-exposure.
So now you are told all these things when you're counseled. You're told how to take it. You're told when to take it. You're told what it is that you are likely to have. You are told what it is that is like. My friend, there is nothing you're not told. Yes. Conversations in a clinic that provides care and treatment for HIV, people are blunt to the core.
But you know, this activity that people like undertaking, it's usually not a do or die. Why can't you just find one partner and stick to that person, man? Like, what is so difficult? Nini inakuanga ngumu? Tafuta mtu, msettle down na yeye, na ujuange huyu, ninajua status yake, whether ni positive or negative, and we are protecting ourselves in this kind of way. But now to stick to one rule, ndio tuachana na hizi vitu zingine za kaswende, kisonono, and God knows what else. Why is it so difficult? I know there are some people listening to me and saying, bwana mbuve bwana, ona sema nene bwana. Aya, endelea.
At least 5 security officers killed in Al-Shabaab IED attack in Mandera.
Okay.
The explosion happened before the team came under fire from suspected Al-Shabaab militants. Okay? At least 5 Kenyan security officers, including 4 members of the Elite Special Operations Group, SOG, and the National Police Reservists, were killed on Tuesday after their vehicle struck an improvised explosive device, IED, in Mandera County. The explosion happened before the team came under attack from suspected Al-Shabaab militants, which also left some of the security officers injured, the police authorities have said. So Al-Shabaab had taken a break. It appears like they are now back. Okay?
Yeah. But it's still the Star, eh?
This is the Star, my friend.
Okay.
So, just in case you thought that I was through with reading depressing information, I have not finished yet.
Give us the next one.
Suspected vandal rejects rescue, dies after jumping from Nairobi billboard.
Okay.
I will read it. A man believed to have been attempting to vandalize solar lighting equipment on a billboard died after falling about 35 meters from the top of the structure along Lusaka Road near Nyayo roundabout in Nairobi, the police have said. According to the police, members of the public alerted officers from Industrial Area Police Station on Monday after spotting the man on top of the billboard. Witnesses told the police he had been on the structure since 1:30 a.m. and appeared to be tampering with the equipment.
Okay.
Police officers responded to the scene and attempted to persuade him to climb down, but he did not comply. So he decided to take flying lessons, which didn't work out very well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's bad. But on the Star, there's this story that is on page 7. Kenya, Somalia in fresh diplomatic row over alleged passport fraud.
Oh, that story.
Yeah. Diplomatic relations between Kenya and Somalia are under renewed strain following the recent denial of entry into Kenya of Somalia government officials. The latest tension were triggered after Somalia's state minister at the presidency, Abshir Bukhari, was reportedly denied entry into Kenya at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on Monday and returned to Mogadishu. So, nilipitia histori kidogo na nikaona kitu ambacho kilinishangaza. Do you know why these folks apparently were denied?
According to what I read,
yes,
they had false Kenyan passports.
Okay. And our very good friend, the ambassador of Somalia to Kenya, His Excellency Jabril, was called back to Mogadishu to answer some of these issues. 2 ministers actually, not just one, if I remember well. Alikuanga atina passport ya Kenya. Hiyo kitu bana.
When Somalia doesn't have dual citizenship.
Lakini niuliza je sitting? Niulize tu aje. Umekuja Kenya, wewe ni minister. Ara tuseme wewe ni minister wa Madagascar. Sawa? Si ukuje tu na passport yako ya Madagascar. Ni swali tunauliza.
Bro, the reason why you don't see me commenting on this particular subject vigorously is for one very simple reason.
Okay.
This fake passport, what does it look like?
There is no way a whole minister will have a fake passport. I don't say maybe he acquired it fraudulently, but he cannot have a fake
That's
one.
what I'm thinking, because where would they come from? We in this country, the fraud around passports doesn't give room for people to make fake passports.
Yeah.
You can get the real one.
You can, for the right amount of money.
Yes.
You will get a genuine passport.
Genuine Kenyan passport. So where the fakeness comes in, I honestly don't understand. Or perhaps you understand.
No, I don't, City. I don't.
Somalia were right to recall their ambassador. This is a matter that requires explanation because I certainly do not understand it. Sifuna, we were kicked out of ODM WhatsApp group after Kitale tour. He said...
No, continue. History of Sifuna.
He says latest developments, including planned changes in Senate committee leadership, show that the party had turned against them. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has claimed that he and his allies were removed from the ODM leadership WhatsApp group following their political tour of Kitale, saying that the move signaled the party's leadership had sidelined them.
No, but they are no longer leaders. Like, for example, he's no longer SG. So if there's a group where we have the top brass of the party, you now tatolewa.
Not only that, I remember yesterday we were having this discussion with the MP for KPLC. And I raised a question on a subject matter that is in the Political Parties Act. I think it's Article 103. Okay. You see, it states very clearly, if your utterances and your activities seem to promote the interests of a party other than the party on whose ticket you are elected, you are deemed to have moved. And as a result, now this is me adding, you must resign. Yes. Or worst case scenario, what happens if the party decides to take action and said, we want these people to be deregistered? Because according to the Political Parties Act, this is what they're doing. See?
Yeah.
If there is the thinking that you are working against the interests of the party, the only thing that, in my opinion, works for Edwin Sifuna and his people is that they never sought to leave ODM. They said they were promoting an ideology within ODM. So it's like we have a difference of opinion, but we are in ODM.
Yes.
Okay?
Atutoki.
No, they haven't said, and they're not promoting a party.
Another party.
No, they are promoting the interests of a movement within ODM. They're saying we are ODM, Linda Wananchi.
Yes.
Yes. Not a party, a movement.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is what it is.
Isn't it just?
All right. Haraka before tuingie kwa news. Wanjala amesema good morning City and Movie, tuning in from Chuda in Mombasa. Kijiji Sports, good morning good Kenyan people. Pole kwa homa Mr. City. Luis Rudasingwa, good morning. Tony amesema in England we have the Premier League transfer season. In Kenya the political transfer season is coming very soon. Yes indeed, Tony. So the Kenyan transfer season yet in a kwanga ya ma politicians, so they move from one area to another. Victor Omeche amesema good morning. What's your frequency in Eldoret? Victor, we don't have one in Eldoret. We have Mombasa 90.7, Nairobi 88.8 FM, and then we have Garissa 89.5. However, I know more of those frequencies are coming. Those things are not cheap, by the way, but we shall be there. Sijali, bro. Steve Oum amesema Mbuvi, the same happened to me in Kericho where it was hot. Hii ni ile mambo ya chai City umeambiwa na Luis Rudasingwa, nice hat.
Thank you very much, sir. The man has good taste.
Yes. Anasema kofia yako iko bie. Also, we do have MC Tonje. MC Tonje is listening all the way from Muhoroni. That's your brother from another mother, who could be a cousin from another kuzo.
Cousin brother.
Yeah. So it is what it is. Aya, nani mwingine ametusalimia hapa? Tuko na Steve Oman nimekusalimia, Luis nimekusalimia. Creative Dan amesema Mbuvi is a genius. Hiyo Kindiki to join ODM so that he aligns with strong ODM demands is a master stroke. Good morning. But what is the likelihood of him doing that?
In this country? Bro.
Tuamke siku moja tuone Kindiki amevaa kofia ya ODM.
Let me ask you something. At the height of the differences that Raila Odinga had with Jubilee.
Yes.
Was it foreseeable that he and Uhuru Kenyatta would work together?
No, it wasn't.
Precisely.
Yeah.
All the utterances that we heard from President William Ruto before he became president, after he became president, had anybody conceived that Raila Odinga might work with him?
No.
Precisely, no. But the one which I must ask now.
Yes.
Raila Odinga was jailed by Daniel Arap Moi at least 3 times.
Yes.
Okay. Had anybody ever seen a situation where Raila would work with Daniel Arap Moi?
No.
So this country,
nothing is impossible.
Please.
Kama Cristiano Ronaldo angetoka Manchester United aende mpaka Saudi Arabia akacheze Al Nassr, bro, anything is possible.
That one, just relax and sit back and watch. Kalonzo might even decide to join ODM. After all, he was in ODM before.
We wacha tuongee mambo ambayo yana make sense.
They were in ODM, brother.
Actually, yes, he was. Nakubaliana na wewe. I'm just being dramatic here. Zizi Kalani amesema good morning to you all, Radio Generation. Today I'm learning a new chorus hapa called Bambito from City. Good morning all. Bambito ni gani City?
Ai?
Okay.
Ai?
Ati I'm learning a new chorus hapa called Bambito. Sawa. Steve Ouma amesema that is Oburu. Okay. On the photo that I mistakenly saw his brother, his younger brother.
You're looking at the hat.
Sawa. I think that was during ODM at 20, right? Because President Ruto was
yes, because he was wearing that orange hat.
Now that you've mentioned it, nimekumbuka kwanza kuna wakati watu walikuwa wanasema ati kuna keki ilikuwa shared. Now I understand. Thank you for that correction, guys. Now, let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Directorate of Criminal Investigation has launched an investigation into the fatal shooting of clinical psychologist and mental health researcher Dr. Victoria Mutiso in Nairobi's Upper Hill area. The DCI says homicide detectives and forensic experts are investigating the case. According to DCI, preliminary investigations indicated that Dr. Mutiso had requested an Uber ride before she sustained fatal gunshot injuries under unclear circumstances that remain under active investigation. The National Council on Administration of Justice has approved the draft Sexual Offences Bill 2026 in a move aimed at strengthening Kenya's response to sexual and gender-based violence. Chief Justice Martha Koome says the proposed law will address emerging sexual offences and improve support for survivors. The council also announced reforms to improve the justice system and prepare the country for the 2027 general election. Energy Principal Secretary Alex Wachira has defended the Minister of Energy over audit concerns about having too many staff. Appearing before Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, Wachira said the ministry has acted within the law. He added that hiring and transferring public officers is the responsibility of Public Service Commission and other government agencies, not the ministry.
And what the Public Service Commission say? We are advising you to liaise with the relevant scheme administrators, because these support staff were not employed by the ministry. They are seconded to us from the relevant state department. For example, the head of accounting unit and SCFO, they come from Treasury.
So why did you bring us
at the time of printing? We are relying on the scheme administrators, because they are the ones who send these officers to the State Department. We are relying on them to ensure they pick all the excess, the remaining 30. They have already done 19.
Kisii Governor Simba Arati says any political cooperation between ODM and UDA should be based on fairness. Arati says if President William Ruto is the coalition's presidential candidate, then ODM should choose the running mate. He added that the only other option will be for Deputy President Kithure Kindiki to join ODM and run on its ticket, or for President Ruto to contest the election under the ODM party.
Na sisi presidents tunaanzia rais na udeputy. Kama ni Ruto anaenda urais, udeputy ni yetu. Kama na tusikizane, Joe yuko hapa, nimesikia Uparanya yuko, Wanga yuko, hata party leader ataweza simama kama deputy party leader. Kwa hivyo tutajipanga sisi, lazima unless Mheshimiwa Ruto aamue asiwe candidate wa UDA akwe wa ODM, ndio tutaweza waachia udeputy. Ama Kindiki aamue awachane na mambo ya UDA aingie ODM, ndio tutaweza achia yeye udeputy. Lakini as long as wote ni UDA, mmoja lazima atabaki, mwingine tunaenda naye.
Former top US health official Anthony Fauci refused to answer questions during a US Senate hearing on COVID-19, saying he feared his testimony could be used against him in a criminal case. Fauci repeatedly invoked the Fifth Amendment, which gives people the right to answer questions that could incriminate them. He said he has already testified several times before Congress about the COVID-19 pandemic and its origins.
Although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, There was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 8 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungana Mbuvi. Kama kawa tuko na Siti Muga hapa in the studio. This is the People's Breakfast. Joining us this particular morning is Advocate of the High Court, Abner Collins Mango. Abner, good morning. Karibu tena sana huku kwetu.
Good morning, good morning. Happy to see you again.
Mimi nakuonanga kila siku kwa TV. Siku hizi umekuwa celeb.
We are doing the Lord's work.
Ulionjo ulikuwa unaitisha kiti ya LSK, but sasa ninaona ni kama unataka kitu kingine. Hii ya LSK umeachia wenye uliachia. Now I have a feeling you are going for something different. Or am I missing?
Yes, it is written in the stars are aligning.
Evidence kwa karatasi.
Kwa karatasi. Thank you for the well wishes. Asante.
Karibu sana wakili. Before we get into details, Siti ya kupatia methali. We are in Egypt, kule Misri. Okay. The land of the pharaohs. Mahali kuna zile ile sphinx.
Did you know that there are actually more pyramids in Sudan than there are in Egypt?
Yes, I knew.
I didn't know. I've never been to Sudan.
Hii kitu amkufunzwa Kenya School of Law.
I've studied geography.
Wait a moment. There's a unit. Your cultural understanding. You ama wewe ulipitisha hiyo unit.
Inakwanga na stories za Sphinx. Inakwanga na stories za pyramids za Sphinx.
Kwanza in Kenya School of Law kuna ka unit fulani ya culture.
Lakini Siti wewe hukufanya law.
Of course I did not, and that thing doesn't exist. So I'm just making it up as we move along. There's no such thing.
For a moment I was like, hapa ndo ulisomea shule gani?
No, we have social foundations of law. He could have been getting closer if he has that.
No. Okay. Actually, why I mentioned that is because I wanted to explain how Kenyans just make up things from thin air.
True story.
And they push the agenda after all people start believing.
And it is our right.
Yes. Babas. Yeah.
It is our right.
You know they move the discussion that is our right. In fact, it's constitutionally acceptable. Okay. Then there's Article 357. They say, okay.
Yeah, 357.
Right. He who has been burnt by the soup will puff at the yogurt.
He who has been
burnt by the soup.
Yes.
Unaona ile soup iko hapo, na uko na haraka kunywa Then my friend, alarm bell start ringing. It hits your tongue and it's in your mouth. Now, you are torn between, do I spit this thing out or do I cool it? So the first action is your eyes open wide. Of course, it has no effect on cooling it. And then you open your mouth wide.
And then you're like...
Yes. So once you've been burnt by soup, anything that is liquid, you first want to poisha it first.
Yeah. Hata yogurt.
Ndio sasa hiyo.
Wow.
Well, that's what we think. What do you think?
I'd spit it out first, then maybe look for that yogurt. I'd spit it out first, then look for that yogurt.
Umejipata kwa your in-laws na umepatia chai moto.
Oh, now that's a tricky situation.
My friend, you just burn in peace.
Yes, that one now you'll have to burn in peace. But in my house, I'll definitely spit it out.
You swallow it.
I don't know what the Egyptians were doing with these hot things. What were they doing with these hot things?
By the way, those folks used to have some very weird ways of also punishing people. And they would make you actually take hot liquids, hot metal sometimes, depending.
Does it point down your throat?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's get down to business. Wakili?
Thank you.
Like I said, I've been seeing you on TV, and I think the last time, the latest incident is on these issues of compensation.
Yes.
I saw you with a couple of folks, and there's this lady, I think she's the mother of an abductee or someone.
Yes.
And she was really crying out to the government, saying, look, guys, you cannot take our children away and not compensate us. Like, what's the deal? So maybe help us understand what's happening on that front.
Thank you. Now, a lot has happened, and I'll take it back a little bit. Of course, the feud started at the point of when the president initially, instituted the task force for reparation for victims of state violence and protest. And of course, at first, there was a lot of fuss in terms of how it was constituted and the mandate of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights as prescribed under Article 59 of the Constitution. Now, of course, at the first time, the court found that the task force as constituted was unconstitutional for usurping the roles of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights.
Yes.
However, the High Court judge at Kerugoya gave a judgment in terms of what legally we call structural interdicts, where you given time to make good of whatever wrongs perhaps they found in law, so that whatever you've had, you're given time to correct. So they were given 60 days to align and constitute the task force as per the Constitution and the Human Rights Act. And once they were able to do that, then the president, by dint of Presidential Proclamation number 1 of 2026, on 3rd of March 2026, now constituted the panel on compensation, now what we call the Makao Mutua panel, on compensation. Now, fast forward to 15th of June this year, in a highly advertised and publicized event at the State House.
Yes.
The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights finally delivered the framework on compensation of victims. Now, this framework had... the commission said it had received a total of 1,208 reports, but it was able to authenticate and verify 1,101 victims that were subject for compensation under different categories.
Okay.
There was, grievous harm, harm, loss of life, that is death. We had torture. We had enforced disappearance, and we also had victims of sexual violence.
Okay.
Yeah. So all these categories have different sorts of compensation in terms of monetary compensation. Now, Kenyans have been saying, well, in as much as you're also compensating us, we also want justice in terms of these perpetrators to be brought to book. That is something we are yet to see. But more than that, the biggest fuss that we have currently is that now this task force, the Makao Mutua-led task force, has made a deliberate decision not to compensate certain categories. Okay. And when I say certain categories, these are categories of enforced disappearances and torture. And now, directly to the case you're talking about, this is a mother who has not seen the child since 25th June 2025, when this is the 1 year commemoration of the protest.
Yes.
Since that time, the child has been missing. And
so it's over a year now?
Yeah, more than a year. And despite, the relentless efforts to follow up with the police and all that, she is yet to find their kin. And now the mother was crying for justice. We're like, okay, very well. I have demanded to see my child. You've not delivered my son. You have said you're compensating families that have missing persons, especially as a result of this protest and mandamanos. I am ready to receive compensation. So really, where do I stand as a Kenyan? What is the point? Where is the place of justice?
Okay.
Where is the place of reparation? And that is what has prompted us to move the High Court last week on Friday under certificate of urgency to have the court determine, because now what this commission has done in essence is, for this particular category, they have come up with something, quote unquote, they've come up with what we call an authentication process, which the High Court at Kerugoya declared unconstitutional. In fact, the judge used the word. He found it problematic for this task force to want to authenticate a process that has already been done by constitutionally, constitutional bodies such as KNCHR and IPOA. So they have absolutely no place or no role in that. In fact, if you look at the Gazette notice that established them, their work is purely administrative. So they are just a conveyor belt. So that all they need to do is deliver or make good of the framework that was submitted to the president. So their role is purely administrative. They are just more or less like a conveyor belt, so that these are the people that are due for compensation. Kindly do compensate them. So that is the state where we currently are at. Yes.
And so when Professor Makau said that, we need to authenticate, what exactly did he mean? Like, we need to confirm Abner is missing before we pay?
Now, for this authentication thing, this drew a lot of concern from members of the public.
Yes.
And because people are genuinely now getting concerned, because when are these particular categories being compensated?
Okay.
So in a Q&A that they released to the public, the panel themselves,
yes,
they had a question, an interesting question, and they asked themselves, why is the panel not compensating victims of torture and enforced disappearance? Are these claims being deliberately ignored or sidelined? And the task force then says that these claims shall be processed. However, the panel must operate within the legal framework governing this program. In line with the reparation guidelines, claims from all victims must be authenticated. Now they introduce that term.
Yes.
Then authentication of victims of torture and enforced disappearance is a complex process requiring coordination of multiple agency and high levels of proof. And I underline, emphasis mine, high levels of proof. Once authenticated, the claims shall be processed in accordance with the guidelines.
Okay.
And this is basically throwing this claim in an endless pit. And why am I calling it an endless pit or bottomless pit? Now, for you to authenticate a claim for enforced disappearance or torture, then you must be asking the person responsible for that to come and really tell us, did this person suffer? Because we filed various cases in court in the nature and form of habeas corpus when these people are missing, and to date we have never found who is personally responsible, or which agency or which arm of the government has been abducting Kenyans.
So remind me what habeas corpus is again.
Sorry, I was moving fast. So habeas corpus is an application in the High Court for production of a body,
dead or alive.
Okay. So and Article 25 and Article 52. It's a constitutional right. It's a non-derogable right, which means this is a right that cannot be taken from somewhere, whatever the circumstances, including also right against torture. So these are non-derogable rights that even the state cannot take away from any person. So when we did this application for production of these bodies, these young men were found, whatever parts of the country. These are the Bob Mjagis, the Longton brothers, the Bernard Kavulis, Billy Mwangi, the Kiplagat, the brothers, Peter Mtiri, many more. And some were actually recorded and documented. We saw how they were disappeared in terms of how they were being taken from whatever places they were.
Yes.
So for Makau Mutua to tell us they want to authenticate that these people are really abducted. So Makau Mutua then should come and show us then who are these perpetrators of this enforced disappearance. In fact, we are even more keen to know who these people are. But just to answer your question directly, this is just throwing a spanner into the works. In short, they're just telling us we are not interested in compensating them because these victims, because the High Court in Kerugoya was very categorical that the task force has no mandate to authenticate what these state sanctioned agencies or bodies have already done. These people have already recorded their complaints and statements with KNCHR and IPOA.
Those bodies
have done their job and they handed over that report to the president for compensation.
So if they have determined that what they have presented represents the truth of the matter, so nobody has any jurisdiction to verify what they have done?
Nobody has that jurisdiction, and we are guided by not only the High Court decision but the Gazette notice that established that task force. And that Gazette notice was very clear and unequivocal in terms of the terms of reference of not only the task force but also the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights on compensation of these victims. So that once KNCHR, and if you look at that framework, presented the framework to the president, they had already authenticated, they had already verified, and they had already found that these are cases that are subject to compensation. Now, if you remember the occurrences of that day, and the president was very clear, because there was a very big question. Is this an admission of fault by the government that it indeed conducted these acts of this grave human rights violations act? And, for example, would you be subject to then proceedings or say at the ICC for crimes against humanity and all that? And the president was very clear. He said, if by reparating or compensating these families would mean that then we will face the criminal sanctions, then no problem as a government. We have taken this deliberate step to try and mend faces. And remember, even before the death of the late Honorable Raila Odinga, that was part of the 10-point agenda.
Yes.
Yeah. That brought about this government,
broad-based government.
The broad-based government that included now reparation of these victims of state violence. So this was an undertaking by the government to actually make good of their wrongs, because it is only the state that is capable of this kind of violence, and some of these things are well documented. I mean, for example, the violence that was meted against the protesters who are exercising their right under Article 37, the Rex Masais, for example. Yeah, we know them, and it even goes back, as I've even seen, like the family of Baby Pendo, they've been compensated. So it is a conversation that was way overdue, that the nation really needed to have. Yeah.
So in short, what we are saying is that if we compensate these lost victims, it's like now Gava inasema, okay, fine, hii ndio tuliwachukua, and that is what Makao Mutwa is afraid of?
Pretty much so. And I think, and the problem we are having with this process and all that is, what we were demanding and what we were telling the state was that in as much as you are compensating, please stop these acts. But they are ongoing. We have talked about 15 June, but we've even had like the fuel protest. People lost life when fuel prices went up.
Ebola riots.
Now Ebola riots, Nanyuki, we lost lives, and we were telling them, please stop these actions. Now, even today, we will be before Justice Muteti. 4 families are looking at their kin who abducted Madare. Yeah, the Macmillan, Bugo, Evans, Otieno, Michael Olo, and Abdulaziz Zizu. Some of them being abducted in broad daylight.
Help us understand. What is happening in Madare? Why were these fellows disappeared, or why are they still missing, by the way?
They're still missing.
Why are they missing?
That's the question we're asking the state, and the state is equally asking us the same question. Why are they missing? So we are wondering.
Are they connected to some criminal activity?
Yes.
Are they connected to political activity?
Yes.
Are they did they protest something? Did they post something on social media that perhaps is causing them to have disappeared? Because we know some of the reasons people disappear for. Have they written a song, and now did they cross over to Uganda and like our brother Bob Jagi wako mahali huko kwa msitu?
Yes. Now, from even the preliminary investigations that have been conducted by the police so far, their sworn affidavits, for all the 4, they say that none of them is subject to any criminal investigation. So automatically we've ruled that out from their own admission, because they will have told us, okay, very much they are missing, but
we have investigated them for this robbery.
They were once arrested for this robbery, or there's this ongoing criminal case against this person. So in sworn affidavits by very senior police officers, they say that none of them is
under investigation
or a repeat offender or something of that sort. Now, interesting enough, and that's why we are curious, because all these 4 missing have unique ties with Madare, having been brought and raised up in Madare. They might not have been necessarily residing in Madare, because they reside in different places of town where they were actually abducted from, but they had very strong community ties in Madare. In fact,
we know where they were abducted from.
Yes. One of them, like, is it Michael Lolo, was in Umoja at a barber shop. At the clear broad daylight. It's actually even captured on camera.
Okay.
A man in a double cab walking while being shaved, and he's picked,
like
handcuffed. Na akachukuliwa kutoka kwa kinyozi.
Okay.
We are having the case of like Macmillan Kiarie, stays in Mwihoko huko. CCTV inaonyesha akitoka kwa nyumba vizuri, then residents from, because I think he was walking to the stage to pick a matatu. Be seriously, a same double cab now with an marked place, black one, same model style, you know,
same color.
Same color. If you look, and these are affidavits owned by the state.
Okay.
Same color, but they're saying we are investigating, you know. But if you look at the dates, 19th, 20th, 21st, all of that happened between those dates.
Do we know how the other two were abducted?
Yes,
is there
Zizu.
footage?
Zizu at the middle of the road.
And same double cab.
Stop of traffic, yes, and the field and all that. And these guys drew guns. Zizu was in the company of his brother and a few friends. And they actually even asked, so that you know, these are people. Who is Zizu? They don't even know who he is. And they had to force them to point out who Zizu is.
Oh, kati yenyu
Zizu ni nani? Na wakachukua, we have eyewitness accounts.
Aya, na wa mwisho naye alichukuliwa wapi?
This other one was that he runs a motorcycle business. He was at a local bar hizo za mtaa
tu
uko Ruai in the evening. In fact, he had parked his motorbike outside.
Yes.
Then, and for these two, like for the one who was abducted at the barber shop,
yes,
ali receive phone call. Huyu mwingine pia
waba
aka receive everyone, but ati huyu alitoka akiongea na simu hakurudi tena. The guys who are outside who have accounts say what? Yes, we saw him outside talking to phone. Suddenly some guys came in a motorbike. He was sandwiched. Hapo katikati wakaenda naye. That motorbike was taken to Roy Police Station as a BC.
Exhibit.
Yeah, it's still at the station to date. So these are incidences that have eyewitness reports,
and CCTV footage.
Yeah.
So basically mimi nikipigwa simu niambia hebu toka hapo kidogo hapo nje tuongee, sikusikii, mimi sitoki.
Kuja hapa nini? Kuja chukua delivery.
Mkiniambia toka nje sitoki. But I mean it's not funny. What's so and the families, are they saying, I mean someone has got to know something.
Yes.
Someone has got to know something like lakini unajua kuna venye mbuvi kuna masimu alikuwa anapigianga usiku manzejo zilikuwa zinakaa funny. Yes. No one is saying this.
Let me ask the question. Do we everything we're discussing here, the elements that could explain this particular bizarre happenings are unknown. We start with, we don't know who the abductors are.
Yes.
Okay? They are wearing face masks or they are wearing balaclavas. So we don't know.
Or wamevaa kofia, so you really can't tell them.
Yeah, we don't know. Everything that we say, they had handcuffs, so they must be police. Not necessarily. If we've had cases where you find ammunition, you find weapons that are actually registered as belonging to the police service being found with individuals. You find police men being charged because their weapon supposedly had been rented out.
Okay, fine. Police can rent out their weapons, even the army, whatever. But handcuffs, who sells handcuffs in this country?
Let me ask you a simple question. Which is more lethal, a handcuff or a gun?
Guns are more lethal for sure.
My point is, if a weapon can be leased out or rented out,
so can a handcuff.
That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say this. What we're discussing is not abduction. What we're discussing is a systematic breakdown of the rule of law and how it is that this gives rise to individuals who may decide that they're going to be enterprising. As we're speaking, my mind went to Iran. There was a gentleman called the Shah. This man had a secret police service called Savak. They were some of the most vicious, notorious individuals you could tell. There's a guy in Romania called Kochescu. Around same time period. He also had a secret, what they called a secret police. There was a guy in Argentina called Pinochet. There are people in Chile. This term that disappeared came from there. People who were identified as people who were in their so-called secret police or police service. But the moment you have people who cannot be held to account, because that's what we're saying, then it is a very systematic breakdown of the rule of law. Because these are individuals who have impunity and can get away with anything. So what does that tell you? Because one, they have protection. Some along the line they know that they have a cover and nothing will happen to them. That's why they're able to do. Number two, they're either doing it at the behest of someone who has told them, this is what I'd like you to do, or over time, they become entrepreneurial. Somebody says, oh, you are out on a sumbua. So they think, okay, why don't we show whoever it is that maybe is our paymaster, that we ourselves can take the initiative and we can sort out problems that they have.
Not to sweat the small stuff.
Yes, exactly. What I'm saying is, the moment you're discussing extrajudicial killing, the moment you're discussing members of the Kenyan population who cannot be identified and who present themselves as people in the security service, and yet you don't know them, and yet they keep doing things which are contrary to the law, then what do you think you are seeing?
I don't know.
No, that's interesting. And Siti, I think you had asked me a question just before we went on air. What if genuinely then the IG or the DCI do not know who these people are? Yeah. And I love you've used the word secret police. I was to use the word goons. You know, all this is happening in almost the same time and space, where we suddenly look like the security systems of this country are either failing or are being overwhelmed. And you've mentioned a few states, and what is in Kenyan mind. In fact, even these families, when they were at one point breaking down in court, they were asking, is Kenya Haiti, you know, where there's some criminal gangs that are untouchable or have either exceeded, you know, the know-how of the police, that they can, at their own behest or on instructions of whoever that is, you know, come and pick Kenyans from wherever they are and hold them for a known time and either release them at some point in time or we find them dead somewhere, you know. And that is a very, very big concern for Kenyans. And that is why even in court, we are calling for direct responsibility from the DCI boss, Amin, and the Inspector General of Police, Kanja. Because, for example, for the IG, his office is a constitutional office established under Article 258 of the Constitution. And he took oath to protect Kenyans. So that what we are saying is that then if this is too much or you cannot give Kenyans these answers, then you have only one thing to do, and honorable thing to do, then resign. Or then the president then admits that we as a state have been overwhelmed by these goons and secret police and whoever these mercenaries are, you know, and perhaps then we may need to see how as Kenyans then we protect ourselves, or perhaps then be able to have some of these instruments that only the state has monopoly of. Talk of handcuffs, the guns, you know, those kind of things.
Yeah.
You know,
in fiction, when something like this happens, it's because you're either a spy, you know, because there's no way ulikuwa tu kwa kinyozi umekuja tu na makarao. Mko kwa gari kwa traffic jam kidogo na nani twende. Or like that fellow who was in a bar somewhere just enjoying his drink, he walks out and never walks back in. And we are trying to ask, is there any connection to anything?
Yes.
In terms of, are they criminals? Are they activists? You know, are they vying for positions in their their jurisdiction? My friend, the only other thing that we can point out to is that maybe they have been investigated for espionage.
Very well. Very well.
Yes. If you stretch it, yes.
Yeah.
But
and maybe you're out of the purview of DCI wanasema bro hiyo sasa
look at the case look at the case of Albert Ojwang. Okay? Somebody is removed from Homa Bay. Homa Bay is far from Nairobi. Okay? And we've debated this here.
Yes.
Now, ask yourself this simple question. If individuals of that sort exist and they have training, because there are very many ex-servicemen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ex-servicemen know exactly what to do. They worked in the system. Some left honorably after 9 years. What then if they go into business for themselves? So somebody is a thorn in the flesh for someone.
Yeah.
Because one of the things about people in civil society, they annoy very many people.
Yeah.
Okay? Because they keep saying things people would prefer were not said. And when they now come up with evidence, now that's even more annoying and irritating. So someone says, you know, we need to deal with this person here. Why do they keep harassing us? And yet the person is merely speaking the truth. The truth, sometimes you get the impression, is feared significantly more than the gun. Something that will paint you in a light that you do not want the public to see you in.
Yep.
That thing people fear. And so they feel, these are people we need to get rid of. But then again, look at situations where people are demonstrating.
Yeah.
Those who perpetrate ills that end up in death, they're not 10, they're not 20, just 1 or 2 people. The people who cause deaths, as I said, they're not 10 people, they're not 5 people, just 1 or 2. So you have to ask this 1 or 2 people, why them? What is it about them? And it's like they're on a completely different agenda from the other people who are in the same, supposedly same service. Because somebody who seeks to shoot and the others are not, who also are armed, are not seeking to shoot, then you have to ask this individual.
Ametumwa na nani?
No, you have to ask what was his agenda, because his agenda clearly is different from the others.
Yep.
The others were probably just given orders, make sure you beat these people to a pulp. Umesikia?
Okay.
Okay. Break a few limbs. Umesikia?
Yeah.
We do not want to hear that anybody has died.
Suffocate with them with tear gas.
Yes, we do not want to hear anybody's child has died. But please beat them properly.
Yeah.
Okay? Umesikia?
Then someone just removes a gun
and you're thinking, but
shoots into a crowd.
Yes. My mind goes to imagine if, say, 5 officers decide to shoot, how many people would die?
Yeah.
Very many. Very many.
Yes. If 10 officers decide to...
that's a massacre, bro.
Precisely, but we don't see that happening. It's individuals. As I said, 1 or 2. They are the ones who decide. So you have to ask the bigger question. What really is the agenda here?
This is my opinion. So it's either, like I said, espionage or organ harvesting. Because, I mean, that's the only... Because I'm exploring everything.
No, movie. I'm not here about all these conspiracy theories and black helicopters here. We are not Jack Bowers to come and
Black Hawk Down.
Black Hawk Down.
I
and all
get
that.
it.
Yes.
But I'm trying to make sense of it.
But since we've gone that route, Paul, why don't we say they've been abducted by aliens?
Aliens don't need handcuffs.
How do you know?
And according to the movies, they come at night.
Yes,
and they suck you up with light.
You see,
yeah,
this situation is not difficult to explain.
True.
If the police wanted to deal with it, they would.
And that's why I'm saying, I am actually, thank you. Hakuna venye unaweza sema, police do not know.
Yes.
Maybe Kanja doesn't know. Yeah. Or Amin of DCI doesn't know.
Yes.
But kuna mtu anajua your story, Abna.
No, now, look, we have given you all the instruments that as a republic of 50 million have in terms of investigation. And they keep on launching. There's a whole, for example, forensic block. I don't know the last time you were at Kiambu Road. Yeah, which they have said they have advanced in terms of technology. The other day, I think this week on Monday, I had the DCI say they have even now improved their technology so that even the good conduct now will be taking 24 hours
or
to process.
Certificate,
Yeah, not the 2 weeks. So they're telling Kenyans that they have even advanced in technology. So, and that is why we had made a very specific order for their summons, which they came, but they were excused because they were told we first present our case, then they come back to court. So we want them to come to the dock in court and now tell Kenyans that either one, we do not have the information so that we know you have failed in your obligations, so that you had a service that you really are not in control of, or 2, then tell us whether we are ill-equipped as a state, so that we will now ask ourselves as a state, are we maybe investing in the wrong things, perhaps in affordable housing and all those things, so that we are forgetting about our own personal security before now moving to these all other things, tarmacking roads, so that we know, are we prepared, are we secure as a nation, you as a citizen, am I safe? We now then start asking ourselves those questions so that it's subject to a national dialogue, so that we perhaps need to recheck our priorities as a nation.
Let me ask the question. In your mind, what is it that provides a nation with security? Is it an increased number of policemen and women? Is it high walls with barbed wire? And of course, if it's Kenya, with broken glass on top of it. What is it that provides security for the citizenry?
Economic well-being.
You are absolutely right. Because in the absence of that, hope dies. When hope dies, then people are given to things that ordinarily they would not even imagine or think about. If somebody knows they will wake up and get to do what they want to do, they're not going to think about what somebody else is doing. They'll be focusing on
their
craft. Yes. But the moment they cannot see within any horizon what it is that can be done,
then you become a target.
Yes. Desperation grows because while they are suffering, they can see new cars being driven on the road. And the literacy rate in this country is high. They know this is a 45 million shilling vehicle.
The person driving it,
yes,
at the very least,
what makes
is
it
worth
worse,
45 million.
Some of them are people whom they know.
Yep.
They grew up with Mtani, and they have a very clear idea what that person does. So you can't tell them convincingly that there is no money. They're like, what do you mean there's no money? I am the one who doesn't have money, but other people seem to have it. That disparity is a perfect breeding ground
for crime.
Perfect. If you look at states, countries, communities where crime has been organized to the point where they are the rule of law, it is because the individuals who are charged with that duty have been derelict. So for their own security, people prefer to even engage with what you're calling goons because they live with you. You are guaranteed.
But they know goons or criminals are just a parallel government system.
They are a parallel, yes they are. And the really organized ones actually function like a government.
Yeah.
They provide you the electricity. It's as illegal as can be, okay?
Yeah.
But they provide you. Security they provide you. Meaning you can come home at any time you want. You can be crawling, nothing will happen to you.
Mungiki used to collect tax the same way government would collect tax.
Yes.
And they would provide security the same way government provides security.
Yes. The only problem is they were extortion. Extortionists. But then now, when you have a situation where the complaints of the citizenry is that what the government seems to be doing seems to amount to extortion as well. Meaning, the government may explain why they're doing what they're doing, but what the citizenry feels is pain.
Yeah.
So, that is a breeding ground for more problems. Then you have pronouncements by people who are in authority and who are supposed to be in charge of the security, saying things which, as you listen to, you wish they would keep quiet.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, as they speak, you say, why don't you just, it's better if you just keep quiet, one, because you're actually not helping the situation. You cannot have all these policemen and women who are trained, and they're trained, and they're trained well. But somehow, they seem to be hampered from actually doing what they know and what they're trained to. So they don't do it. It's like they sit back and say, see what you're doing and delay.
Abna, when you speak to these families of the folks that were abducted or missing, do they have any hope of ever seeing their loved ones? Has anyone reached out to them, told them that, tulieni anarudi home?
Now, before I answer that question, just very briefly, I kind of agree or disagree with the position you've taken, CT and Mbuvi, on who's responsible, and you blaming, of course, the economic status. And there's a word you've mentioned, CT, and that was rule of law.
Yeah.
And for me, for these actions that are perpetrated, especially by the state, it's orchestrated by the state primarily, then it's a deliberate disrespect for the rule of law. So that these are people who do not abide by the rule of law. Because look, what you're asking, are these guys perhaps very bad criminals? We've had the Maderis of this country, the Wanugu, Washushu,
Wakinyonga.
There's a Wakinyonga, and Onyancha, and why we had even this Constitution of Kenya 2010 was that there is a place for justice, so that even if you are the worst of criminals, go to a court of law, face your offenses, and face the law. Be in prison. The other day we saw former Migori governor, being found guilty of murder. And the AIDS, and those are the high and mighty. So for me, really, is a deliberate disrespect of the rule of law, which is really unfortunate, because even if these people are the worst of criminals, let's even call them terrorists.
Yes,
they have a place in the law. We have the Prevention of Terrorism Act that deals with terrorism. We have murder as a capital offense. We have robbery with violence as a capital offense. Let them face the law. We have the laws.
But Abna, the law works in an system, an environment where people feel that adherence to the law is for their benefit.
Yes.
But when you live in a nation that is replete by people whom we elect to do the very things we are discussing here, and yet they are the biggest examples of impunity. They break the law willy-nilly, meaning every day you look at what they're doing and you're wondering, Kwani, do these people know the ramifications of what they are doing?
Yes.
Because the brigade that we elect to parliament, some of them are in the Senate, some are in the executive. My friend, you don't find a group of people who display a total disregard for the rule of law like certain individuals in these places. Haki, an absolute disregard for the rule of law.
Yes.
And so the question that people ask is, but if they are breaking the law, I mean, why on earth should we bother with it? It's like they took an oath and then disregard the oath they took completely.
Yeah.
It was just something you did and then you proceed to do exactly what you want. It is not possible for us to talk about bringing to an end the things we see when even as we talk about it, the very people who are supposed to ensure it doesn't happen perpetrate it. How then do you stop it?
Very well. Mbuvi,
Yes.
Just to answer your question,
Right.
thank you for your insight. Yes, we talked to the families. They of course, they are desperate. It is now more than 6 weeks because they were taken about 19th, 20th, and 21st of June. At first, the family thought maybe they are being taken, perhaps maybe to try and answer your question. They were taken, perhaps they were involved in organizing for protest for the commemoration of the June 25th the finance bill protest. So perhaps they thought that was it. 25th came and went. They were not found. They then perhaps thought perhaps it has everything to do with Sabasaba. Sabasaba came and went. And now we are on 30th of July.
Yeah.
And they're yet to receive answers. So we are hopeful and optimistic. All we can do is, of course, give them hope that they will find their kin. We have actually now made an application before the High Court. We are actually appearing today, as I've mentioned, that we have IPOA and KNCHR joined as parties in this suit because these are independent constitutional bodies that are mandated for KNCHR is to look at the human rights violations and national breach of human rights by national security organs. For IPOA is a civilian investigating body that has oversight over the police. And the biggest problem we were having, and we even told the judge in court, was that you see, the primary respondent is the police, and the police have said we don't know where they are, we don't have them. So we have commenced investigations. So the investigator they are in essence investigating themselves. So this is a case of where the crocodile has come out of the water and told us the alligator is sick. If you primarily don't live in that water, then you have no locus, or you cannot tell whether it's true or false.
True.
So we have had IPOA, we have made that deliberate application so that also IPOA, and the role of IPOA is key because we have seen the good work they've done. For example, in the Albert Ojwang case that City has mentioned, if you could remember, the OCS had made an attempt to delete, not even an attempt, had deleted the footage.
Yes.
But IPOA in their good work were able to recover, and Kenyans have been able to see what really happened behind those cells. So now that we also have CCTV footages, we want IPOA to also be able to have them, preserve them, and have them presented in court as evidence. We will be back also for the substantive hearings next month on the 17th and 18th of August. So that we can also put in a bit of push and attention to this matter. We are using all means possible, or lawful means, including even exercising of their rights under Article 37. I know they, at some point, maybe sometime next week, would be going to the streets to just demand and petition to the IG so that we can really have solid answers as to, one, if the investigation, what is the status, because we also cannot have endless investigation. For loss of kin, Mbuvi, you would agree with me, even one day is one too many. You cannot even sleep not knowing the whereabouts of
your loved one.
Yeah. So those are the things we are doing. We as where I started from, we have hope, and we know that at the end of the day, wherever they are, we will have them back home.
Okay.
Abna, do we as Kenya have an internal affairs division within the police service?
Of course, we do have.
How come we never talk about it? We only talk about IPOA.
Wait, do we have a what?
Internal affairs unit.
Yes. Oh no, it's been there. Actually, it was there before even IPOA.
Yeah, we do have an internal
yes,
affairs.
We only talk of IPOA. Do we even understand what they're supposed to do?
Now, for internal affairs unit, primarily is usually to investigate misconduct of police in service. So that if you have a complaint of misconduct, perhaps this police booked you in the station, did not record you in the OB. You were in cells past 24 hours. Those kind of things.
What does IPOA do?
Now, for IPOA, the basic process usually is that once you have a complaint, then you are supposed to raise it with the officer commanding station, the OCS. So that once you raise it with the OCS, then you wait for actions. If you see the OCS has not done enough, then what people usually do is do a letter to the, and this is of course with legal guidance or some of these civil societies. What we usually do is you do a letter to the internal affairs unit and copy it to the IPOA. Why do you copy it to the IPOA? You don't know if this letter will be actioned. But at least with IPOA, now that they also register these complaints, they have an active role of follow-up. Now, the internal affairs unit reports to the employer. There's the IG, of course, and at the NPS, but we have the National Police Service Commission. This is now the commission that regulates the police. It's like the HR of the police.
Okay.
So that then once the internal mechanism that might end now in a dismissal from service, show cause, perhaps before dismissal, so that you explain yourself, whatever the complaint was. Then now that is purely for the internal process.
Yeah.
But CT, for some of these things, for like example, these abductions and enforced disappearance, I cannot start at internal affairs unit because primarily, and as I've told you, at the point of doing this application at the High Court, what you are telling the police is produce this body. We know he's held somewhere. Produce him either with a charge sheet or with a detention order. Yeah. So now what ordinarily should happen is now they produce and say, okay, we arrested him subsequent to this detention order. We have this number of days to keep him subject to investigations.
Okay.
Right? So that is what primarily, or in a good, civilized and country under the rule of law, that is what's supposed to happen. But now once those orders issue, because as I've told you, it's an underrogable right.
Yes.
Once it's issued by High Court, so the police under the leadership of the Inspector General should come and now tell court, very well, we were served with these orders. Here are the gentlemen. We want to charge them with XYZ offense, and that's why we held them. Maybe it was a weekend. We held them, or we were conducting certain investigations. All the kind of those words that they use. Yeah, so that is what is supposed to ordinarily happen.
Okay.
But if that doesn't happen, now we move into this state of no one knows of unknowns. Yeah, so that now they come back and tell court, we are also looking for them. In fact, they reported we have this OB. Once they recorded the OB, we have now an investigating officer. We are conducting investigations. Yeah.
I'm reading a comment here by Mbogwa. Mbogwa amesema hivi, Kenyan government operates like the Gestapo. A police state like Kenya is answerable to the political class, not to its citizens. The reason I've read Mbogwa's comment is because ikifika mahali wa Kenya wanaanza kucompare hii na ile ingine yenye tulikuwa tunajua ni mbaya zaidi, ni kubaya jo. But have you ever, even as LSK, as lawyers, have you ever just sat down with the IG for you first of all to just tell him that, guys, we are handling some very serious cases where we are dealing with families that are really broken because of what is going on, and has the IG said that, yo, Abner, I actually get it, guys, I get it, and this is the challenges I'm facing as the IG of police, whether it's Kanja or the previous one Mutiambai na wale wengine wote wamekuwa kwa hiyo position.
Yes. I think it's 2 weeks, 21st June, there about 21st or 22nd June, the Law Society of Kenya held national demonstrations, if you can remember, over the death of 2 advocates.
Yes, I remember.
One was a senior officer at Kenya Forest Service, and another one just an advocate doing his job at somewhere in Athi River.
Yeah.
And the culmination of the protest was handing in of the leadership, the president handing in a petition to the IG and very senior police officers as to the concerns the law society has, as to the safety of not only advocates who ordinarily just are doing their job, or just citizens, the increased rates of extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances. And of course, you would have a plethora of, action points, what they'll do, but we are not seeing that happen. And the buck can only stop somewhere. So that if you have no answer to these questions, then there's only one step honorable thing to do. That is to resign. But to speak to even the comment that you've just read, I love, there's an idea that this advocate from Sifuna, my good friend Willis Otieno, suggests. Perhaps City, and this might interest him.
You mean Safina Party?
Yes, Safina Party.
Yes.
This might interest you. Then perhaps then it is due for consideration that for Kenyans, we have people like the sheriffs.
We have a sheriff system.
Not a sheriff system, but for example, the OCPD is elected by the residents. So that then he is not responsible or directly or not only answerable to the IG, but responsible or answerable to the citizens. So that if there is increase in crime in our area, we say, hey, we elected you as our OCPD. Of course, you have your ranks in the service, but you're also responsible to us. Come and tell us. So don't come and tell us, I have to report to the bosses, or I only consult
you
upwards.
Report to us.
Also, you report to us.
Kenyans,
we gave you the mandate.
How would we bring about a situation of that sort where we have to elect the sheriff, but we need to elect other public officers? Would we not need to change certain aspects of the law?
Of course, but the law was man meant for the law, or the law meant for the man.
Yes.
If it does not work, then we can change it.
Yes, but this we is who?
It's us Kenyans, citizens.
How?
Of course, there's the police standing orders. That's an act of parliament. Even you can do a petition in Bunge and say, look, it can be either by popular initiative, through parliament. We have so many ways of amending the law. Look, if it doesn't work, just yesterday I was seeing something.
How often have we amended the law using these so many ways that you speak of?
Is a suggestion. We've not tried this one. City.
Mi naona vile tunaweza fanya hiki kitu. Tunaweza Abna tuandike law.
Yes.
Wewe andika bill juu wewe ndio wakili.
Yes.
Tuipeleke bunge.
Yes.
Alafu tuende tukainje bunge tuambia tutoke hapa mpaka hiyo kitu muipitishe.
That's a very good idea. I should give maybe Willis an ultimatum, 30 days, so that he says I have not fled with his idea in his manifesto. So I give him an ultimatum, saying 60 days or 30 days, he either draft it or we now do it with the people.
We look for a friendly MP like Babu Owino.
Yes.
Which other friendly MP do you know?
We have now a Kenya Sifuna.
Okay, sawa Sifuna. Nani mwingine?
Wako wengi.
Na tuambia sasa bro, hata tusiwane mkienda Busia na Bungoma mkizunguka hii mpaka mumalizane na hii. Ndio mkuje ground.
Maybe next time when you have
no, I'm telling you because I know you're friends with Babu Owino.
Oh, Babu, yes. That I can tell him.
I know
he sponsored so many bills. Yes.
Yes. I know you're buddies with him, so unamwambia
we do a lot of
hii kitu until mumalize.
Yes.
Hii maneno mnazunguka kwa ground. Hatutaki kuiona.
As much as they're looking for the votes, they also work for the citizens.
This is actually a very good way to get that vote.
Yes.
Yeah, because now that one is, it's the law.
Yes.
It's touching on everyone from Turkana all the way to Hola.
Yes. Agreed. Of course, I'll pass our movie now that you are the one who sent me. I'll personally pass that one. If he's not listening, that is.
Nawambia Sifuna akuje akae hapo. So hiyo kiti ni comfortable.
Very much. And the coffee is good.
We'll give him the thank you.
Asante.
We'll give him the same message.
Asante.
All right.
Thank you.
This is where we come to an end. Thank you so much, Abna, for making time and sitting with us and having this conversation. And we wish you all the best. And please, to the families that you're representing, waambie pole sana.
Yes.
I cannot imagine what they're going through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, and of course, thank you also for making time for such kind of conversations. It is only through such kind of mediums that we can only raise our concerns in Kenya, and for lack of a better word, put the necessary pressure so that if somebody is sleeping on their job, they know that this is something that is of national conversation, and people are keen to know where are these Kenyans.
All right.
Thank you.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya Power has restored electricity supply to all areas affected by the recent widespread outage. The utility company, in a statement on July 30th, 2026, said the power was fully restored to all customers by 2 a.m. on Thursday after technical teams worked overnight to resolve the issue. The outage had affected customers in Nairobi, the coast, the Mount Kenya region, and parts of Central Rift. Police in Busia County are investigating the death of a 14-year-old boy who allegedly died after being assaulted by his father. The grade 6 pupil, identified as Elvis Odhiambo from Bugenge village in Butula constituency, reportedly suffered serious head injuries and was pronounced dead after being taken to hospital. His mother, Gladys Odhiambo, said she found her son crying on the veranda shortly before his death.
Nikapata mtoto hapo kwa veranda kama analia. Nikauliza mtoto, unalia nini? Mtoto akaniambia, mama, baba na vinu wamenichapa kichwa inaniuma. Mtoto akaenda akatandika kwa jikoni na akalala. Tukapika na watoto wengine. Sasa alikuwa anazunguka penye mtoto anafanya kazi. Vile mtoto alikuwa anaenda kuoga huko chini, ndio akamshika watu wawili.
Mtoto alikuwa ameambiwa aenda bebe nyasi na hakuenda. So hiyo tu ndio makosa.
President William Ruto is set to deliver a special national address today at 7 p.m. State House has not provided details on the issues the president is expected to address, with Kenyans awaiting further information ahead of the televised speech. 15 elephants have died in the Amboseli National Park ecosystem after eating vegetation contaminated with pesticides used on nearby tomato farms. The Kenya Wildlife Service Director General Erastus Kanga says preliminary tests found traces of cyanide in samples taken from the dead elephants, suggesting the farm chemicals caused the deaths. The incident has raised concerns over the impact of farming activities on wildlife in the Amboseli ecosystem.
In those samples that were delivered, there are remnants of what we call cyanide. And cyanide is a highly toxic chemical. And particularly for elephants, if elephants consume cyanide, they cannot survive a day or two. We have the goats, we have the cattle that are there. Eventually, if this cyanide is truly the one that is in the system, then we are going to see a bigger impact.
Up to 23 people are feared dead after powerful earthquake struck southwestern Japan. The 7.1 magnitude quake hit section of the Kyushu island, where 4 bodies have been recovered from the wreckage of a shopping mall destroyed by a suspected gas explosion. Officials say 17 people have been confirmed dead, while 6 others have no vital signs. 5 people are also in critical condition. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Kenya has won its second gold medal at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland, after Faith Cherotich triumphed in the women's 3,000 meters steeplechase. Cherotich stayed close behind Olympic champion Peruth Chemutai early in the race, before taking control with about 600 meters to go. The Kenyan athlete, who was returning from an early season injury, held the pace to claim victory and add another gold medal to Kenya's medal tally.
What time? My mind, it was just only for winning. Time, sikuwa na expect time nikimbie any best time or what, but my mind ilikuwa tu kuwin. And kusoweta, nilijua tu, nilikuwa ndani inaweza nyesha, of course, niliona wata ya jana ilikuwa, yeah, of course, unajua tumetrain na sunny, na warm, si tukidani huko ni warm. And ni vile inategemea mtu kama umezoea kutrain, hujazoea kutrain kwa weather kama hii.
Tusker FC have been eliminated from the 2026 Sekafa Kagame Cup after losing 1-0 to hosts Rayon Sports in Kigali, Rwanda. The defeat, their second in Group C after a 2-0 loss to Al Hilal Omdurman, ended the Kenyan club's hopes of reaching the knockout stage. Coach Julian Meth made 6 changes to the team that lost their opening match, but Tusker could not find a way past Rayon Sports. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Very good morning to you, my neighbors. How are you doing? I'm sure. I know you're doing good. Acha nisalimie wengine hapa hivi ambao wameingia ama ndio wanaweza kuwa wameingia. We have Hez Ongoro amesema justice is only served in heaven, never on earth. As money is the source of evil, no way we can get rid of atrocities and other related crimes. Our God is watching. Okay. Mohamed Murunga amesema the state became the prime suspect the day we started seeing people abducted brazenly in broad daylight. Like mimi ndio kujuanga aje. Maybe ni swali yenye I don't know, tufikirie pamoja and we just ask each other this question. What is the worst that activists can do to a government other than make it, of course, resign, go home, because they're asking some very difficult questions? What is the worst that can happen? If I were president today and I am forced to resign for whatever reason, if I was a governor today and I'm forced to resign for whatever reason, if I were, I don't know, a CS, you know, and I am forced to resign, what is the worst that can happen? Like, nini kibaya kinaweza fanya? Because I'm trying to make sense of the abductions. I'm trying to make sense of why anybody would send someone to pick up anybody anywhere. Mimi siti nimekosewa mara mingi sana. Na sidhani ninaweza tuma mtu akuja kuchukua hata shida iko ni gani. Hata yani sijui ni nini inaweza fanya nikutumanie watu.
Paul, as you know, what has been swelling in my mind is this, huh? In every place where there's a community in this country, there are youth groups and their leaders. If these young men who are abducted are connected to Madara in one way or the other, they are not the only young people who are leaders of some sort. So my question is, why them? Why them? What is it about them? You see, when we talk about abductions in the broad and the general sense of the word, you take the view that it's the same thing that is happening. But the why question has to be asked. And you must align it with them. Why this individual? Why these people? Why?
Why people have to lose their lives every other time?
Yes, the why is extremely important.
Ni nini tunatakanga in this power? I want to understand what is in that power. What is in government apart from, of course, the money? Ni nini ingine? And when I say the money, of course, I mean the money that you will illegally acquire when you're there.
If indeed there is wealth that is acquired illegally, there is always the trepidation and the anxiety around that being discovered and action being taken. See, the law hasn't gone away. And that is the reason why we know when it is being broken or when it is being abrogated. We know because it exists. Now, individuals who've broken the law, many of them are acutely aware. The thing that makes wrong right or gives the appearance of wrong being right is when you make it commonplace so that it is assumed it is normal. And yet there's nothing normal about it, because if it was normal, then why do people go to such lengths to try and hide it? Why? If I acquired 20 million through a way that I can actually justify. What stops me from just going to the bank and providing the evidence and saying this is how I got the money and banking it? Why must I keep it in my house? It's much safer in the bank. And I still have access to it.
But the money you've acquired it illegally. So you can't keep it in the bank because someone will ask you, okay, Mbuvi, we know your salary is 20,000. How is it that today you've just deposited 100 million? Hata mimi sitiyo swali, hiyo jibu sina. Unless I hit the jackpot.
Now you see, you've gotten to my point exactly. Because they know, it's not that they don't know. They know that the activity and the origins of this money cannot stand the cold glare of light. They know. So since they know, they will find ways of ensuring that they give the impression that they're very hardworking, they're very astute business people, they know how to put 2 and 2 together and make it 25. Okay? Now, once you have that situation, and there are many people who are trying to pull that same stunt, these are not people who will want the law to follow its course. They will not want the law to follow its natural course.
I mean, I'd like to have a conversation with the folk or the person or the persons who probably are ordering these abductions and ordering killings. Na nimuulize tu in an interview that shall not be televised or broadcast for that matter. And I just ask them, why? Why did Rex Masai have to die? Why did Shieni have to die?
The real danger here, Paul, is not the individuals dying or being shot or being killed
or abducted
extrajudicially is a symptom. It is not the problem. That young citizens are shot. All these things, they are symptoms of a much bigger problem.
And here's the funny thing, City. As much as people are dropping like flies,
they're actually not dropping like flies. If they were dropping like flies, we would now be heading towards those proportions.
Holocaust.
Yes.
But
we are not there.
But the fact that people are dying and others being abducted, bro, the voices are not shutting up.
No, they're getting louder.
Yeah, the dissenting voices hazinyamazi.
No.
Na hazipungui. Na watu hawaachi kujipanga. Umesikia tu Sayaba na akisema wana plan kwenda kwa barabara kuuliza watu hao wako wapi. Wanadha watu wa wenyewe wako wapi.
The practice, the putting into practice the rule of law or the law or actualizing it, breathing life into it, it will always be met with resistance because there are people who want to live outside the law. They cannot thrive within the law because if the law is applied to the activities, then they'll probably end up with a state scholarship and end up in one of the many facilities we have for character development in the country. Okay? Now they know very well that is where they'll end up, so they don't want to go there.
During COVID-19, there was a curfew. The curfew was at 6. I was heading home at around 5:30, and I got a flat tire.
Oh dear!
But I was so afraid, I didn't have a spare tire. Actually, no, wait. I did have a spare tire, but I tried and kufungua zile bolts.
It was too firmly on.
Yes, zilikuwa tight sana. And mali gari yangu ilikuwa imesimamia, ilikuwa karibu na State House Girls. There was a security guard there, and he really tried tulingangana. Na ni Mluya by the way. Huyu jamaa aliweka ugali yake yote hapo ikakataa. Time was running out. I said, let me drive to
profile watu.
No, nasema Waluya alikuwa Mluya na alikuwa amekula ugali mingi.
Mlikuwa na yeye alipokuwa nakula hiyo ugali.
Alikuwa na muscles. Alikuwa anakaa kama
kwani watu mahali unatoka watu hawana muscles.
Alikuwa unaona Evans wetu hapa chini ingawa ni Mkisii. Alikuwa anatoshana kama Evans. Alikuwa ameshona vizuri. Wewe sikiza story.
Alright.
Sasa Evans, sorry.
But na wewe utaacha hiyo profiling yako. Wewe endelea tu na story.
Huyu kaka yangu ambaye alikuwa anaitwa Musakulu alikuja akanisaidia kujaribu kufungua ile vitu. They couldn't and whatever they couldn't open. So I said let me drive to Lenana Road because that is in my head that was the nearest petrol station that I could get help from.
You are not wrong.
Ningeenda Dennis Street lakini akili yangu haikuanga Dennis Street. Nikaona niende mpaka Lenana Road. Crash. I forced that tire all the way to Lenana Road. By the time I was getting to Lenana Road, that thing was written off completely. Ilikuwa yani hiyo na niliharibu deliberately because I was like I'll get to they'll undo the whatevers, they'll fix my spare tire, I'll buy another tire when the next day. Do you know when I got to Lenana Road, akukwa na mtu kwa petrol station. I literally spent the night there. Ubers were not working. There was no Bolt. There was nothing. Nobody was on the road. I spent the night at the petrol station because now that wheel couldn't go anywhere. The reason I'm putting this story out there is because all I'm saying is kuna mwisho wa kila kitu. I really hoped to get home in one way or another, but I couldn't. There's only so much, or rather so far that tire could have taken me. So these folks who...
But the rim ilikuwa sawa.
Rim ilikuwa sawa. It's still the same rim I'm using today. So the next morning when the petrol station was opened, fundi alikuja na ile kitu ya kuchomelea, they had to weld that tire out. That was the only way. They cut the threads, not the threads, those spokes. They had to cut them, then remove the tire. I had to buy a new tire. Thankfully, they were selling new tires there. I bought a tire, replaced the tire that was broken, that was shredded, and I went home. Long story short, there's only so far you can kill these people and you can abduct them. Itafika tu mahali hata urealize taya imeisha, hakuna mahali tenda. Hii gari endi mahali siti.
Bro, the examples I was giving earlier on, the very people whom these individuals had used against their people, at some point these fellows turned and joined the people. They said no. The pain that these people feel is the same pain we also feel.
Yep.
And we're not killing these people. The latest was Sheikh Hasina in Bangladesh. The protests were increasing and she held firm to her position. They kept increasing. Students, teachers joined and just kept building up. To the point where streets were literally choker-blocked. She ordered the army. They said no. That is the thing we're not doing. Fuck, what you do, madam? That helicopter. We are definitely not doing anything of that sort. Yes, you're right. It does come to an end. The thing about Kenya, and the thing we should thank God on our knees for, is that whenever we talk about change, we talk about the Constitution in the same breath. We are going to protest a right that is in the Constitution. We are going to petition a right that's in the Constitution. We are waiting for 2027 to vote. We are going to follow a constitutional process to bring about change.
Yes.
It is a really good thing that is what we discuss. Yes. At the back of our minds, if you look at, let's mobilize, let's register, let's make sure we vote. That's the discussion. It puts the country in a very safe place and very safe position. Yes.
Because I'm looking at things. Hey, this Kataya has thinned out. Kameshred. Kameshred sana. So I don't know what the plan is. But anyway, I hope the guys at Kinasifuna and company, as they campaign, and even the government side, ODM included, because ODM wamekuwa at the forefront for a very long time on matters human rights and compensation, for example. I just hope.
Paul, don't hope in politicians.
But sasa nisipo hope in politicians, itinta hope in who?
You hope.
The guys who make laws in parliament, aren't they? And in the counties.
Yes, they are. The hope should be in you and the citizens.
Yep. Choosing the right folks.
No. We choose right folks.
Okay.
We always do.
Holding them to account.
Yes.
Okay. Najua hapo ndo unaenda.
Yes. That's where I'm heading to.
Lakini see, when you try and hold these folks to account, see, ndio maana unaona watu wanaanguka huku nje.
And does it stop?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't stop.
But people get tired. You remember there's a time even Boniface Mwangi got tired and he went underground for a while.
Boniface Mwangi got depressed.
Yeah.
And you can get depressed. The point I'm trying to make is this. Eternal vigilance is required for any meaningful change to take place. Because the people we elect, they very quickly morph into a certain status quo that doesn't look into the interest of those who voted them. Very quickly. It's like almost as soon as that oath is done, they know, okay, now we're entrenched. The sort of money, this country raises in terms of revenue, the sort of money that we keep being told we lose in terms of even taxes, okay? China recording that 1.2 trillion worth of goods was shipped to come to Kenya. And yet KRA can only speak of half that amount in terms of cost.
That thing, by the it really shocked me.
Yes.
1.3 trillion.
Yes,
and we are missing half of it.
Yes, 672 billion in yes. So then we are told by those in authority that we are losing 2 billion a day, 3 billion a day. You see, this is not a poor country.
It's not.
Okay? This is not a country that is lacking in resources. We have abundance of human resource. And these Kenyans are truly marvelous, wonderful people, in all honesty. People who an opportunity is provided, they will take it and they will move forward and they will leave you alone.
Oh, yes.
When they are in your business, it's because you are not serving them the way you told them you are going to serve them, and they feel their interest not being looked after. If it were, they would leave you alone because they'd be busy doing their own things. These voices that keep being raised, they're like alarm bells. Those who are in positions of bring about change, they should listen to these bells and realize that it's not as though this is an endless window that you have. No. It'll come to an end.
Yeah.
And you want to pray. You want to pray that meaningful change has taken place, because when it comes to an end, it'll also mean that the position you now hold will also come to an end.
Yes. True story.
And there'll be nothing for you to talk about in terms of what it is you did to make the lives of the citizens better. And yet that is what you are elected to do.
Yeah.
You know, the people say things about President Kagame of Rwanda. If you take the Western world and their definition of Kagame, they either call him a strong man, or they call him a dictator, or they call him autocratic. If you look at the history of Rwanda, even from the time when they were Rwanda-Urundi, it was one unit, and you look at the problems they've had. You know, people know of the 1994 genocide. These problems arose even in the early 60s, Chief. They did not start. The first attack on Hutus started around that time.
Yes.
Now, there are very many reasons why these things came about. When somebody has what we call a firm hand, and Kagame has a firm hand, why do you call him a dictator? Rwanda is not Kenya. We have no idea what they went through to get to where they are. And if somebody has found a way in which a lot of wrongs can be put right, and the country can be made to grow, that strong hand is the same strong hand that Lee Kuan Yew had in Singapore. I fail to understand how individuals who then refer to these people in the most derogatory terms, how it is that they become experts in how these countries should do their business, and yet the people who are doing that business are people from that country, and they've figured out, because they're not doing it alone. There are others who support the process that they're going through, and they believe that this is the way to go in order for the country to be secure. President Museveni, had a similar situation in Uganda. Okay? And for the longest time, you could argue about his style of leadership, but what was certain is that Uganda had prospered. And there was a semblance of serious stability.
Yep.
And areas that had never been considered in terms of development were developed or were being developed. You see, again, it is their story. And it is them who will decide the sort of leadership they want. Actually, at the end of the day, they will decide.
Okay.
You know, the self-actualization that people arrive at is often born out of the lived experiences they've had over time. Okay? We talk democracy and we try to put it into practice because it's something that has been part of our discourse for the longest time.
What do you mean we try and put it into practice?
Everything that we do when we're protesting, we're trying to put it into practice.
Okay.
Every time people write things and say, this is what we're trying to put, this is us constantly trying to put it into practice. And why it is difficult is because the very people whom we elected to put into practice don't put it into practice.
Yeah.
So individuals who are in civil society groups, community groups realize, no, we can read the constitution just as well as these people, and we know what we can do.
Yeah.
And so they come together and decide this is the path that they're going to follow. Yes. It actually never stops.
Yeah.
When you think you have arrived and you start patting yourself on the back, like the US of A, beautiful country, my friend. A country that is responsible for so much good on this planet, and yet they're also responsible for so much evil on this planet. We are the best country in the world. We're the most developed country in the world.
We're the greatest.
That's just stamping. And somebody says they're going to make America great again. All these things, it is an American issue, but it becomes an issue because it affects us. Then you find that because of that comfort, and because of the idea of what they think would make their country good, they go ahead and they elect their president. And the president turns out to be something that many of them had not anticipated would happen to their country. The person proceeds to behave like the African leaders they've been criticizing.
It's like a virus, that catches them. It's just like when you step out into the cold. You know even if you were to catch a cold, chances are you've just activated a cold that was hidden within.
But you disturbed it, so now
unaona unaanza kupata blisters kwa mdomo, HPV imeamshwa na ile baridi. So it's like a bug that catches these guys when they get into power. And that is what I was asking, Kweni, what is the worst that can happen if I were to step down from power? Ni nini? Watu wanafutangwa kazi huku na wanakuwa tu sawa. Well, they struggle for a bit, but they get back on their feet.
We had a guy called Joseph Murumbi, who was the second
vice president
of the country. He stepped down. Yes. He came after Jaramogi. He stepped down. And then Moi stepped in. Okay. There was no big hoo-ha about it. Not really.
Yeah.
In those days, the president decided who the deputy was going to be, so it was not a biggie. Okay? If you look at the time of Moi, we had very many vice presidents.
Okay.
Yes. Kibaki was a vice president. Saitoti was a vice president. Mudavadi was a vice president.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of this gentleman who was the vice chancellor of the University of Nairobi. He was Josephat Karanja.
Okay. Also became a vice president.
Yes, he was. But 24 years is a long time.
Mutabadilishwa.
Yes. Now, you see, here we are forgetting. And yet, Josephat Karanja was a very accomplished man, even before he became vice president. Very, very accomplished. By the time you become the vice chancellor, you know, it isn't as though people are playing a game of drafts and the person who won that game becomes the vice chancellor.
No. Kuna kitu ilifanyika ndio ufike hapo.
Yes.
So that's what I was saying. I don't get it, man. I've seen presidents who've retired, Jakaya Kikwete of Tanzania, Benjamin Mkapa pia. Niliona watu walikuwa, actually they were even looking healthy after that office. Barack Obama.
In Tanzania, their political party is very similar to that of the Chinese Communist Party. And so is the structure.
Yeah.
They have a structure that stabilizes things. Yes. But in the last election, you could see they got vicious.
Yes, they did.
Which tells you they felt threatened. Which means they don't really want to let go of power.
And especially, even politicians, but those guys have got money. Especially if you've ever reached the level of a CS. You have money that can take care of you for the rest of your life. You and several other people, actually.
You know, Paul, this is where I have a problem. Because on the salaries they earn, you can live a very good life. But very many of them are wealthy beyond their salaries.
Oh, yes, they are.
And many of them, even before they got that job, there was nothing spectacular they were doing that would make them the sort of money that they then have. You see, therein is my problem. We normalize wrong because we don't see it face to face. But you can't get rich that quickly, and you're a civil servant.
Yeah.
One has to ask, what are you doing?
Yes.
The biggest procurer is always the government. Now, the moment you extrajudicially legalize
yes,
kickbacks, bribe taking, in the name of deal making,
right,
so that somebody grows rich, and you know full well it is not his law practice that brings that sort of money. You know, it is not the nail making factory that he doesn't own.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not some flour mill that it's none of these things, but the person is wealthy. And with Kenyans, you know, because they first go and build a humongous school, a house.
Mansion.
It's a Freudian slip.
Yes.
Because some of those look like what? They look like schools.
Yeah. Mtu amejenga nyumba nadhani unauliza hii ni ikulu.
Yes, in fact you actually wonder.
It's a palace.
Mbona hii skuli haituijui ni skuli mpya?
Mgeni amefika.
I was in a rally bana. And I estimated the traffic huko Eastland.
Have a seat. Umepata tukikudiscuss tukisema venye you have a palatial home.
No. It's not a palatial home. It's just a modest home.
No, I'm joking, by the way. We're not talking about your house.
No,
but we are talking about politicians generally. Yeah. Karibu, first of all.
Thank you so much.
We were actually talking about CSS.
CSS.
Yes. And we were saying there are people whose status, economic and others, is known within the span of 1 year, not even 2. Suddenly this person is building that. That's where the palatial home comes in. You pass by it and you think it's a school that is being built. then someone tells you, no, that's not a school, that is so-and-so's house. Yes.
Mheshu umesema umetoka rally.
Ngei Ward. I have this thing I'm doing, 85 wards in 40 days. Nairobi has 85 wards.
Okay.
Yes.
Which is your ward?
I'm not in your area. I'm in another area. Are you asking my
Nairobi?
In Nairobi.
Huyu jamaa anaishi Machakos.
Okay.
Mimi ni mtu wa Machakos.
Wewe ni wa Machakos.
But to answer your question, mimi mtu wa Mavoko huko.
Mavoko. So in Nairobi you have 85 wards.
Okay.
So I'm meeting grassroots mobilizers and grassroots leaders that we are going to work with in this journey.
All right.
It's a system that we are having. If per ward you have like 100 people, that is times 85. That's over 800 people. Then each of them has 100 with them.
Right.
That's 800,000 people meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what you call the multiplier effect.
Yes.
So every day you're meeting.
In the next 40 days, I have to do 85 wards. And the best time to meet mobilizers is in the morning because you finish with them, then they go to their daily chores so that you don't interrupt their daily hustle.
Itakuwa tricky pia kupatana usiku because you also have responsibilities.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are also meetings that are done in the night,
yes,
which are also very calm. Watu washamaliza shughuli. They have more time to listen to you. Asubuhi saizi ni mapema. By 5, you've already met people, spoken to them, put up strategy, and you're moving on.
I remember the first days when you got into office, you were really active. I saw you opening schools. I saw you,
What do you mean first days? That's what we've been doing throughout. In the past,
you hit the ground running,
We've always been on the ground. We never left. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe just highlight some of the things that you've delivered for your folks.
Wow. When I came in office, there were only two secondary schools that were functioning within Langata. Now we've completed work at Kongoni Secondary School, that is South Sea, the only public secondary school in that place.
Okay.
700 students already in there.
Nice.
Then we're building a new one in Nairobi West, also the only one in Nairobi West.
Yes.
Then we opened Booth Secondary School in collabo with the Booth Foundation.
Right.
A 600 capacity school. It's already full.
Yeah.
That was a very big
And
thing.
these are day schools, eh?
No. Boarding schools and a day school.
Okay.
Booth is the one. Then the TVET in Langata is complete. Another 1,200 students are already in there. That was a big one for me because it's a project that was left by the past regime, just in the grounds, but finishing it and seeing students go in, it was a very, very big thing. All our schools, primary schools, are CBC compliant. We did all of them with modern laboratories, and modern labs, computer labs, and also the science labs.
Right.
That was also a big thing. Funny enough, abolition block is an issue. You know, in a school where you have more than 2,000 averagely, and you have maybe 5-6 doors, that's
serving all those people.
Yes,
you know, man.
So we've been opening them back, and we're doing a 26 doors abolition block in every single primary school in Langata. Then one of the biggest issue was water within Langata constituency. The Northern Water Collector has really been able to help, but the first thing that we had to do, the main pipe, Langata water is pumped from Kabete, and it is gravity pumped. So it depends on gravity to get to Langata from Kabete. It's been a method that has been there for the longest time.
Okay.
But now the problem with that, our main pipe into Langata was above ground. And when it goes through Kibra, you just know, my brothers. Everybody had a water business going on, illegal connections and all. So we had to slab the pipe 2 kilometers off the ground, into the ground. 2 kilometers of it. That's when water now started streaking into the larger Langata. The larger Langata. But now the new pipe goes through Karen, and even people of Karen now can tell you that water is there throughout. There are others whose pipe were busting because they had never seen water before. The only problem with Karen water, again, everybody had his own money in one way or another and decided to sink a borehole. And of course, the water bed sank so low that you could dig up to 600 meters and don't find water. That's how bad it was. Then what else? Roads has been an issue, more so in South Sea. But we did work at 5-Star Estate. We've done Akiba 1, Akiba 2, the Swara Estates and all. Nairobi West the same. But the main roads within South Sea are still a problem to date. There was even... the community were even coming out to demonstrate that they wanted better roads. But South Sea is changing and changing very fast. It was made and built for single dwelling. But when you go there now,
apartments
hotels are coming up, and the infrastructure that was there then cannot be able to handle. And even the roads, even if you repair today, like Muhoho Road or Leshapara, the excavation going on there for those apartments, you receive out almost 2,000 trucks driving out of South Sea every single day, either going to dump or bringing in materials. And the physical planning has been an issue in South Sea. The urban planning, the physical planning in it. Nairobi City Council has not done so well around that space. And I wish they could do much more in trying to... We have to agree.
Sort it out,
We have to agree that things are changing. The communities where we are living are changing. Kilelesho is not the same Kilelesho like it was. Kilimani here, where you guys are, ni lori kila pali. I think 20 kilometers off the CBD is changing and might not be single dwelling anytime soon. Yes, just like in other cities. So we've done a lot, quite much, but mostly just engaging the public, knowing what they want, and public participation is a very key thing. Yes.
I wanted to ask that road. Hii itatoka hii side ya South Sea hapa katikati ya SDA na Mosque kuna hiyo barabara inaenda hadi Rubis. Hiyo ndio inaitwa
Oleshapara.
Hiyo ndio Oleshapara.
Yes.
Hiyo barabara ni mbaya.
Ni mbaya. That one I agree. But if you saw the last advertisement from Kura, it's been allocated 174 million to do it.
That can stretch.
The whole stretch of Leshapara all the way to Nairobi West. So there's work that has been done. And the best thing, we just didn't work ourselves deciding what to do. We engaged in a lot of public participation to decide on a lot of work to be done.
How big is your constituency?
My constituency is so big, and most people don't know. You know Hilton Garden Inn?
Yes.
All right. Since you live in Mavoko. Right opposite is the tunnel.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So everything from the tunnel, on your left in JKIA, we border Mavoko. Okay. From Nation Printers.
Yes.
As you come, that is Langata. SGR is Langata. That is South Seaward. Then we go all the way to Kikuyu constituency in Karen End. Then on this other side, we go all the way to Magadi Road. Past Multimedia to Bangladesh.
Multimedia iko within your jurisdiction.
Then on this other side we go to Kerarapon. into Karen, into Ngong.
I've been to Kelanapon.
Now that is Langata. So we have 5 wards. We have Mugumoini. Mugumoini is what people know as Langata. Upper Carnival, Wapi, Nini, your area. Then Nairobi West, definitely near Stadium area. Then Karen, the larger Karen. Then we have High Rise Ward. Now, which half of it is in Kibra, the slum area, where we are doing the affordable housing. Yeah, that is also Langata. So I actually represent all the extremes. The very rich in the society.
That's when you MP wa Nairobi.
The middle class are now the low guys.
When you MP wa Nairobi, literally, because huko kote in Nairobi.
The whole national park is mine. The whole cemetery is mine. The barracks are mine. I have Wilson Airport. It's so big. Yeah. It's so huge. With 100 and we might close our register at 170,000 registered voters.
Okay.
Yeah, from 150, another 20,000 might be able to register. Yeah.
Yaani unataka kuniambia all the way na driving tu Langata alafu ndaingia tu Machakos tu yani.
Yes. That is Langata. Ole Sereni, that stretch. That is Langata.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ulikuwa unataka kujua hiyo size?
No. There's a reason why I asked. You see, if you have that sort of diversity, it affords you a bird's eye view of this particular metropolis that we have in a way that very few constituencies can.
True.
Now, the problems are also as diverse as the wards are. But we know that Mheshimiwa wants to aim for a different seat.
Yes.
Why?
Wow. You see, when you walk and listen to what Nairobi wants, Nairobi, there's no lack of money around, money that is supposed to be allocated for the different projects within the county. The governor just announced an own source collection of more than 18 billion. Then we have what the exchequer sends into Nairobi as a county. Then we have donors and grants that come in. At any given time, any year, Nairobi budget will always play around 50 to 60 billion every year. That in a span of 5 years, through the governor, easily, and the Nairobi allocations, grants, on-source revenue, plus what comes from the exchequer through the devolution would easily be 300 billion, from 250 to 300 billion. Yet sometimes it does not reflect. It does not reflect on...
sometimes or all the time?
The things that have been done that works very well, that you'd say that through the governor, the Nairobi County, this has been able to do.
Okay.
So one thing I think that's really, really lacks in Nairobi is the oversight space. And the oversight space just needs somebody who... It needs participatory leadership, listening to people and knowing Nairobi very well. I think that is a space we've not been able to capture very well. And mimi ni mtu wa watu. I go to the grounds. I'm actually from Madari, Ngei Ward right now.
Yeah.
Crazy space. I don't think anybody has ever engaged them for the past 5 years. Nobody knows what they want. We have 85 wards. We are going through them, listening, wanting to know. I think it's something I can be able to do.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, with what we've done in Langata, I think it can be a replica in all the 17 sub-counties. Yes.
Wait, Jalas, you want to be governor or senator?
Senator.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I was getting confused for a minute there.
You know, you do need to understand what you're going to oversight.
Yeah.
And when you say that the oversight that is required has not quite met the master in these 5 years, what do you mean?
I mean, and I want to be politically correct in this. There's what happens in the Senate, okay? The plenary in the Senate, the committees within the Senate.
These things which are televised and we see, yes.
There's what now you need to do on the ground.
And that is not televised.
And that is not televised, okay? I can't remember a single meeting where our governor and the senator sat and agreed on a few things, or the senator pointed out a few things that needed to be done in Nairobi from the ground perspective.
Okay.
You get what I mean? I think oversight goes beyond plenary committees and things like that. The senator should be able to sometimes even question things from on ground. You understand? Because you are the people's eyes.
Yeah.
You are literally the county's eyes, and you are the person who is easily accessible to the governor easily.
Yeah.
You'd question why the market in Karen has not been completed. How many years down? 4 years down is just the structures. He would be able to question and ask, were there money allocated to this?
Yeah.
It has not been asked any day. We would be able to question, what is Green Army doing that the Kanjo themselves can't do? That who are this? There's a lot that need to be questioned. And why is it that we have all these people, but this is still the filth that we still have to deal with? You understand? We have been having, say, the houses that have been falling. From an oversight perspective, what is happening in the fiscal planning and things like that. Go there, listen to what I think. Senator goes beyond just being in parliament, raising issues, grilling governors and all. Be able to be the eyes. The word is oversight. Sight comes from the word eyes. Be the people's eyes. Move, listen. I think it's something I'm able to do. Yeah.
One of the biggest thorns, perhaps, in Nairobi County, people would say is the garbage situation, and then is the traffic situation. But with the garbage situation, what do you think Nairobi needs to just change that?
Wow. You see, a lot has been tried, and a lot has been done, okay? But the filth is still there.
Yes.
Wow. Number one, before you call anyone to help you sort out your garbage. Try and sort it yourself. Just be responsible. We must also start being responsible towards our actions. Your home, your area and all. Another thing, when you decide that there are private people who will collect garbage and you are not in charge, it becomes a business rather than a responsibility.
Or a service.
You get what I mean? I think one thing, the county must take it as one of a very key thing. I've been to Rwanda severally.
Yes.
And I've seen how, number one, it starts with citizenry, responsibility, and how the government itself, the Kigali government, forget Rwanda, Kigali itself, the metropolis are doing it there. It's a responsibility that they've taken as a metropolis to do it. And I think that is the direction we ought to take. And also, this can use everywhere, okay? Have them near their homes. Allocate, we unatoka hapa. You don't have to go ati umetumwa Mathare kwingine. Work where unaishi hapo. Be the person responsible with that area. So that it is small groups of people in the area and they are responsible for that space. I think that would be. But pushing it much more as a business thing. You hear somebody tells you, ukipata hiyo contract ya garbage Nairobi, ya takataka, that's it. So there are people who just do it as a business and not a responsibility anymore.
You know, this is something that has, if you're talking about garbage collection, you can't talk about garbage collection and not talk about waste management. That thing has been a debate from the days of the council, the city council. Yes, the Wapi was solved. They figured Dandora
dump site.
But you see, now, a dump site, apart from being an ISO, is epidemiologically deadly.
That's true.
If there are countries who are using the same garbage we have to power electricity, garbage. So the story of landfills and other such things which is about to be solution have been overtaken by more innovative methods.
Yes.
And here Monsignor is right. Why don't you hear of that being questioned? Because
now,
Dandora is actually a danger to all the people who live in that.
That is why last month, I think early last month, we were with the president at Dandora Dam site, and there's already a plan, and what we are going to do is just a physical study to see how that place works, so that there's now the full recycling of that waste. Now, waste management. Number one, the first thing that they've started doing is definitely the Nairobi River regeneration that goes through the Dandora Dam site itself. The river itself was not even flowing at all.
Yeah.
It was sewer and everything. I wish you go and see the work being done on that place. But then, having a proper waste management plan where this same waste, where waste now becomes money. You get what I mean?
Yes.
Most countries that are very clean, you'd realize their waste now is money. We were in Germany sometimes. People are actually fighting to get the last plastic bottle because they know how much they're going to sell it, and that's what they do. The city is clean, everything is clean. But even the Dandora Dam site, if that solution comes in, and now it is even used to power
the city,
I think even last night's blackout would have not happened.
True story.
Because you'd have had so much of it here. Yeah. But I hope it's a project that might come to fruition.
Yeah.
And I know it will work. I know it will work.
Okay.
Yes.
There's like a headline I've seen this morning. Hope I'll find it real quick. Ilikuwa inaongelelea jitters in ODM. This is the star. Jitters in ODM over dwindling party fortunes. This is something that Millie has said about the party losing support in key bases. What are your thoughts on it?
You know, the day you start running away from headlines and start knowing things from the ground, then such a question would come differently. The people who have left ODM, left in quotes, because they are running a parallel outfit from the main ODM outfit.
Yes.
And there are only 7 of them, and I can easily count.
Yes.
Senator Sifuna, Mheshimiwa Babu, Mheshimiwa Caleb Amisi, Mheshimiwa Sotsi, Onyonka.
Senator, yes.
Yes, Senator. Who else? They're barely handful out of the total elected members who are still continuing with their daily responsibilities as ODM members.
Yes.
Both on ground and in parliament. Only that maybe this exit is too loud than whatever is going on. So at any given point, somebody will tell you, hey, ODM imeisha, watu wametoka, kina nani, watu wa saba.
Yeah.
In any exam, if 7 people left out of 87 and you have 80, you're still doing very well. It will be sad if 80 left and you are left 7 of you.
But you know, Mheshimiwa, the story is replaying itself when Raila left Ford Kenya. How many were they? It was him and a couple of people. Ford Kenya was a strong party. But in the election that followed, a lot of things, in fact, things changed irreversibly. And he moved from strength to strength to strength. There are those who argue it was a factor of the time, and I bring that question to this time.
Okay. I can tell you one thing. And it's good you've said it then. Because when these are the people who are responsible.
Yep.
Raila was responsible in building and a core space within Ford Kenya then.
Yes.
These people are not none of them is a founder, of ODM. None of them is a founder of ODM.
Okay.
And were legislatures, just like we are. Maybe they had positions and had bigger voices.
Yep.
Because either they were serving their second term, like Mheshimiwa Babu Owino, who I really respect, Mheshimiwa Sifuna, who was the Secretary General then. But I don't think that there's anything that the current ODM and the structures that they have would be able to, because they were not even making big decisions then within ODM. They were, how many of them were in the neck? Okay. No, I think it was only Sifuna.
But tukizingatia what Millie is saying, she's not even talking about Sifuna or maybe Babu.
I think that's our opinion.
Yeah,
that's our opinion.
She's
and
saying
you
key
cannot,
bases.
There's no key bases. Which key bases? Like where?
I'd have to read the whole story to
You
understand.
have to read the whole story because right now I can tell you that if you were to run to in any ODM key base,
right,
you still have to face really an uphill task because ODM or before I came into politics, I did not know how strong a party is or why people would so much fight to have a party ticket. Why it was very important for you to hold into a party to the end. The reason is parties have structures.
Yep.
If you go to Turkana today, you asked for ODM chairman. There's ODM chairman, Turkana County, ODM deputy chairman, all the way to ODM Youth League to young captains of the county. Then you go to the constituency level, like Turkana North. There's ODM chairman Turkana North, all the way. Then you go to a ward. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Let me bring it closer here. We are in Dagoretti North here where we are. This is Dagoretti North. There's chairman ODM Nairobi County. Okay? And the whole structure all the way down. From Aladwa, who is the chairman Nairobi County.
Right.
Here in Dagoretti North, there's chairperson ODM, Dagoretti North, and the whole structure down. Then we have Kilimani Ward here.
Yes.
We have ODM chairman. So any person running with a party, the structure alone is something that you need.
Okay.
That is why it's always so hard for an independent candidate to go through in any. Very few people come in as independent. Okay?
Yeah.
And most independents are people who've moved away from the structure and who are wishing to work with the party only for them to feel either shortchanged or it was stolen, and now the people is a people's person and wanasema wewe hata utoke kwa chama wewe ni mtu wetu because even the people structure, the party structure are also supporting it. You get what I mean? So if the ODM structures start falling, I'll be worried. Okay?
Yep.
But an individual, but a party, you know what a party is? Party.
ODM party, kwanza.
Bana, you don't know. The largest party, from the way our chairperson was put it, from the north of Limpopo to south of Sahara.
Ndio hiyo sasa. East of River Niger.
From Watonger to Wotogik. You get what I mean? Let me tell you. You know, Mungala.
Yes.
Politics is very interesting. And I always say, before you die, try and be one. It is something. It is an experience.
Acha tu niwaangalie mkicheza huko bana.
It is an experience that you really, I wish you can go through it.
Mheshimiwa, before we've already run out of time, but I really want you to just comment on this bill that you have taken to Parliament, the NYS bill.
The NYS bill. Yes. I know we are running out of time, and I'm very sorry to our listeners who had wished for me to be here much earlier.
Yes.
But we could cross to 9 to 9:30. I have time. Unless we have
kuna guests wengine
wanakuja. Now, having walked through the country as a politician, there's something that is running away from our young people. Self-discipline, responsibility, respect, and just being in charge. Okay? You leave Form 4, for example, and either you join a technical training college, university, or something, and you have no any other training. You have no any. All you have was Form 4 books, and that was it. And you want to go. There's no any other something different. For skill for you to learn. There's so many ways of being a man. Definitely, they'll tell you, get circumcised, you are now a real man. But there's also something about a real man who knows how to spread his bed. There's something about a real man who knows how to leave the house and be the man out there in the street and be responsible. There's something about a real man or a real woman who knows very well that this is my elder and I need to have respect to them. There's also something about a real man who can face diversities and decide that, you know what, men in our language, there's something called chuothogeoko. Yani a man was born to die outside. You know, you don't die in the home, you die at war. You get what I mean? Yes. Then there's also this breed of men who've just become too weakling. Too weakling and
kitu kidogo inawapatia stress.
The only thing that maybe anajua vizuri is maybe his followers on an online page. That's the community. And you know, I know very well a 6 months paramilitary training could change a lot on how a young man who's left high school would be able to think.
The
psyche and everything. Before you join university, and I hear, and maybe you could tell me, I've just been working on the bill, and I hear it used to be there. People used to go to NYS.
It was.
Even today, KRA still takes their staff through paramilitary training.
Is that so?
Yes.
Okay.
We have institutions who still to date take their people to paramilitary training.
Okay.
And it's just no training for you to go to war. It's just a training.
When
that you'd see somebody and you'll be able to ask them real questions, real issues, be able to deal with. Hata hii mambo ya magoons, nini, what, by that we'll be able to have dealt with it kitambo sana. Yet, we have a few challenges that I might face. We only have 22 camps, NYS camps, whose capacity is 30,000. At any given time, we always have 1 million and over
from four levers.
So those are the parameters we're working with. There could be training at the different barracks that we have here, because it's never training every day. We have the GSU camp. It's always a 6 months training and people are out. And the next intake will be, I don't know how many. We have so many. We could even have day scholars who just go get trained and come back. So it's not an issue. But I really know and believe that discipline and mentorship and the things, values that a young man would be able to get from that kind of training.
I actually agree with you. Discipline, and there's that thing that you will acquire when you get there. Unajua, critical thinking skills, problem solving skills, because I am sure I have relatives who've gone through NYS, and by those folks, hata unaona venye wanajihandle in situations.
If you meet two young people, same age and everything, one has gone through NYS and the other hasn't.
Tofauti sana.
Two different people. Two different people. Yes.
Critical thinking, problem solving skills, and then of course yani unakuwa tu
mtu anajielewa.
You can handle yourself.
Unaweza toka hapo. Unajua kuna wanaume wanapigia hata hebu kiateka kuja nisaidie kuweka bulb
bana.
Sijui maji yangu imefanya nini? My sink is leaking. There are things that a man was made to
hata kuchange tire ni shida ya gari.
Yes, there are things a woman was made to do.
Okay.
That's my whole thinking around it. I don't know what you guys think.
No, mimi nimesema I agree with you.
What do you think?
You know, Mheshimiwa, I want you to come back so that we talk about it at great length for this simple reason. The NYS, if probably constituted, would solve very many of the problems we have. Yes. And it would put very energetic young people in this country
to good use and good work.
Yes. And it would help them tremendously. It would give them a worldview that they currently don't have.
And skill them.
Yes, and that would be useful to them and to the country as well.
That's true.
Yes.
We don't want to raise weaklings, thugs, goons, people who've given up in life, people who are not responsible, people who have just decided that, you know what, I'll be a coach potato. Is that the word?
Yes.
Or potato coach, whichever, just sitting there. That only know that now you have a scale there where ni PS2 naeza then bana, we were not born like that. We are very different.
Langata MP.
Some of us, you know, I always say I live with a verse that was never written in the Bible.
Okay.
It says, happy are those who expect nothing, for they'll never complain if anything comes their way. You see?
Yeah.
Mungala.
Yes.
You know, he will tell you very well that some of us, or me sitting here today, being interviewed by you, is a very big privilege and an honor that I'm here at Radio Generation today, being interviewed. I, who walked into this town with only one thing and one thing alone, my birth certificate. Okay.
Ata idea ikwa.
And from 4 livers. And I'm happy we had also done blood tests, so I used to walk with that small book reading O positive, universal donor.
Right.
And you showed up in this city. Yes. And here we are today.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? So it takes real men sometimes. It takes much more than the skills you think you have to be where some of us are.
I agree with you. And Jalas, me as a personal friend, I wish you all the best. Nakutakia kila la heri.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Your wishes are already been heard by the gods. The gods are happy and Satan must repent.
We have got to end this show.
You know, I feel so sad because we haven't had a chance to now.
Jalas, kama uko free next week kuja.
No, we are going to invite you again. If you can come next week, tutakualika uje.
And it's the morning that I'll know. I'll cancel everything.
Yes.
My guys, when the producer called me, I said, yes, I'm ready, but I didn't know my guys had already planned. And I'm very, very sorry.
Right.
Having hosted radio as a late guest, I'm very sorry. And I'll make it up for your people.
No problem.
May God bless you guys and
next
thank you
week,
for the opportunity.
Kuja, tuongei mambo, and of course we'll get into the politics, deep into politics. Leo tumeguzia.
For now, I am the senator of Nairobi. I am the senator of Nairobi. Yes.
Ushasema. All right, folks. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The DCI has arrested 2 persons of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Dr. Victoria Mutiso in Nairobi's Upper Hill area yesterday. The agency says homicide detectives, supported by forensic and specialized investigative teams, have made progress through witness interviews, forensic analysis, and targeted operations. Detectives also conducted searches at premises linked to the suspects, recovering exhibits believed to be important to the investigation. The identities of the 2 suspects have not been released as investigations continue. Police have launched a murder investigation following the death of Kenya Airways pilot Kelvin Theuri Wachira in Nairobi. The 33-year-old pilot died at Mbagathi Hospital after suffering severe head injuries. Police say Wachira was last seen on July 19th socializing with friends at Nairobi West Prison's mess in Langata, where an altercation reportedly occurred. He was later taken to hospital by a man who identified himself as a Good Samaritan. Detectives are now investigating the circumstances surrounding his death. High Court advocate Abna Mango is calling on the government to be more transparent in handling cases of enforced disappearances. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Mango said security agencies should explain their ability and resources to investigate missing persons cases. He said if the state lacks the information or technology needed, Kenyans should be informed to allow a national discussion on improving security systems.
They keep on launching. There's a whole, for example, forensic block. I don't know the last time you were at Kiambu Road, which they have said they have advanced in terms of technology. The other day, I think this week on Monday, I had the DCI say they have even now improved their technology so that even the good conduct now will be taking 24 hours
or
to process. Not the 2 weeks. So they're telling Kenyans that they have even advanced in technology. So, and that is why we had made a very specific order for their summons, which they came, but they were excused because they were told we first present our case, then they come back to court. So we want them to come to the dock in court and now tell Kenyans that either one, we do not have the information so that we know you have failed in your obligations, so that you had a service that you really are not in control of, or two, then tell us whether we are ill-equipped as a state, so that we will now ask ourselves as a state, are we maybe investing in the wrong things, perhaps in affordable housing and all those things, so that we are forgetting about our own personal security.
The Tana River County Assembly is facing questions of alleged illegal daily expenditure allocations. Governor Dado Godana told the Senate Finance Committee that the Assembly also failed to properly use funds from the County Climate Change Response Fund, which is supported by the World Bank. The Senate Committee now wants to summon the Speaker and the Clerk of the Tana River County Assembly to explain the matter.
The budget has not been passed. And approved by the Assembly because they still want to push monies to development money to the county assembly, which I have refused. I'm told they harassed the CC last week. They harassed the CC last week for having not address issues the way they wanted. When we were doing the supplementary budget, Chair, and I want to be very honest here, we delayed. We had 4 engagements with 4 memorandums to the County Assembly.
The World Health Organization says Uganda remains at risk of Ebola due to the outbreak in the neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. This comes as Uganda celebrates the end of its 2026 Ebola outbreak after going 42 days without recording a new local transmitted case. The Health Ministry announced that the country is now Ebola-free after the last confirmed patient was discharged from care on June 16th. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 16 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. It's the last hour, but kama K, this is promising to be one of the best ones because we have got 2 guests in studio and we're about to talk about some very serious stuff as far as your elections, as far as your politics is concerned. Big shout out to everyone who's tuned in and for your salams. I'll definitely check them out before we bounce. But in studio, we have political commentator Paul Soita and political analyst who's also an aspirant, Masden Kibet. We karibu ni ujume ulimi nikisema jina. Madsen. Ni Masden
Masden or Madsen.
Hata tu ni stick na Kibet.
Kibet, yeah.
Kibet, kwa namna gani?
Niko salama kabisa.
Karibu sana. This is I think this is the second time you're here.
This is
on the breakfast show.
Yeah.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
And of course, Mr. Soita, hii ni mara ya kwanza. Uko shua?
Kabisa ya kwanza.
Hii suri inakaa familia.
Unfortunately or unfortunately, watu wengi wanasema hivyo.
But welcome gentlemen.
Thank you.
Kabla tuendelee, sitio cha wapatie methali alafu tuingie kwa mazungumzo.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from it's not just the Republic of Egypt, the Arab Republic of Egypt. It wasn't always so, but now it is. An interesting country. I was telling a guest earlier on that most people identify Egypt with pyramids, but what they do not know is that Sudan has more pyramids than Egypt.
Definitely.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
I've learned something.
You didn't know that,
I didn't know that. I'm learning that today.
Okay. You know, Sudan is known for the wars and counter coups that they've had, to the point where even the beautiful heritage they have is actually lost in the conversation.
Very unfortunate.
He who has been burnt by the soup will puff at the yogurt. Translate it into Kiswahili or in your mother tongue and think, if you drink some hot soup and it burns you, what lessons, what are the take-home messages that you get immediately?
Kibet tuanze na wewe.
I think whatever I take from there is that it's for me, I'm from Nandi.
Yes.
And coming from a battle where we have cows, and whoever has cow, and who does not have a cow thinks that the cow is stubborn. So
that's a very, very interesting proverb. Whoever doesn't have a cow thinks a cow is stubborn.
Yes. So who has a soup, who has been burnt by a soup, thinks that the yogurt will also burn him. I think,
You put it very well.
So Ita,
yes,
over to you.
Similarly in Swahili they say kuumwa na nyoka. Ukiona ule nini kila siku utashtuka, which is okay. It speaks to the kind of people going through situations, and then you may find yourself in a similar situation and interpret it based on the previous experience. So it calls to the fact that learning is things change, things are different. You don't interpret what you have today based on what happened yesterday. So I think it is. I didn't know. I've learned about the pyramids.
No, these things happen every day. As we are told, is a learning day.
Yeah,
exactly. Wanaume, we are here to look at the state of the nation from a youth perspective, and I'll just start with you, Paul.
Yes.
Help us understand from your perspective, and perhaps that of others that you've interacted with.
Yes.
Where are we as a country, economically, our education, our security? What can you speak to?
So for me, first of all, I want to appreciate you guys for first of all for having this platform and giving me an opportunity to be here. I've longed for a very long time to see and meet this gentleman. He's a legend.
Siti Muga.
Yeah.
Okay.
So first of all, with the status of the country at the moment, it's frustrating. Things are very difficult.
How so?
Economically, people are struggling to provide for their families. People are finding it even hard to afford a three-day meal for the whole day. People are finding it hard to afford to pay fees for their children. People are finding it hard to even have access to opportunities, especially young people. And it speaks to the kind of frustrations that people have every day. You go out there in the streets, people are hooting their cars. You think it's an emergency. Ni hasira tu watu wako nayo. And they're justified to be angry. and they're hungry and angry at the same time. You look around, you meet a lot of young people who tell you that the situation in the country with regards to even issues like human rights, civil liberties, people are struggling to feel that they are free in their own country.
Yep.
So it's not really a good situation, first of all, economically. In the space where we're talking about human rights, it's a problem. You're talking about previously we've had issues of abductions. In the recent news, we've been talking about Albert Ojwang, which was very unfortunate. So in the context of where we are as a country, young people are disillusioned on one hand. They don't see hope in this country. Even you look at the leadership doesn't offer that kind of direction. You look at the country and say, this is where we are likely to go. You just wake up and things happen. I usually say that there was a time in this country you could look at the way people speak, leaders speak, and then you feel like, in 5 years there's somewhere we are going.
Which time is this, by the way?
During Kibaki, I'll give you an example of Kibaki.
Okay.
You'll wake up, watch TV, you hear people talk about Vision 2030. There was a vision. Right now, something comes, things are moving in, it's just news. You never know what is going to happen tomorrow.
How old were you when Kibaki was president?
I was in primary school.
In 2002, how old were you when he was elected?
I must have been 7 or 9. Yes.
Okay.
So it was, but I've experienced Kibaki when I was in the 2010s, 2011.
His second term now.
His second term.
Okay.
That is when now I was
politically
quite aware of the things that were happening around.
Actually, even at the age you were at, you were aware.
I was aware, yes.
You see, what happens is when you are that young, you experience it through your parents.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
You look at what your parents are doing, you know how they're going about the business, it informs you.
Exactly.
And if they were able to meet the needs of their families and to get along, you grew up knowing things were good here.
Exactly.
You did not, yes.
Okay.
So it's not as though you didn't know, you knew.
Okay. I used to know the price of bread.
Yes.
It was 5 shillings.
Yes.
That one I remember very well because I used to send to the shop. So, like you've said, there was a time things were okay. They were fairly okay. At that time, people could afford their basic material needs. And like you said, right now things are very, very, very difficult for everybody.
I didn't say, you
business,
said.
No. I've said it. You asked the question.
Yes.
People are struggling to run their small businesses. We usually talk about big corporations. People don't talk about the kiosks. People running boutiques, people running restaurants.
Watu wa
Mutura, the people who are selling shoes, they are selling handbags.
Yeah.
Those people are having difficulties,
Okay.
doing their business on a daily basis. So,
Sawa.
in summary,
unasema it's tea for tough.
You know what's exactly strange?
Yes.
People talk of the Kibaki government and they don't mention the Moi government, and yet everything you are saying was also true of the Moi government.
Definitely.
Yes. Well, I was alive then,
yes.
And in fact, when Moi became president, that's the year I was going to university.
Yes.
So I am saying that people were able to get on with their lives, and they will tell you there was liquidity in the country. They will tell you they could do things.
But the element of opportunities. At that time, when you did your Form 4 or the level that you'll get at, opportunities were fairly available.
We were fewer.
You were fewer, exactly.
Yes, we were much, much fewer.
Exactly.
And the economy then, let's put it this way.
Yes.
When times change and the geopolitical landscape also changes, a lot changed for our continent.
Yes.
And because we had been a colony, we were affected very, very directly.
Yes.
You see, Moi was president during the Cold War.
Yes.
It was moving towards the tail end of it, but it was still there.
Yes.
And countries like America could put the squeeze on you in a way that they saw fit through these Bretton Woods institutions. When Kibaki came into power, China had become a world power.
Yes.
Kibaki took us to China. He had more options than Moi had when Moi was president in terms of who you could go to for help. You see? So again, certain circumstances, geopolitics, and other things change, and they make certain things possible, which just a couple of years prior to that were not possible. You see, the fight for multi-party democracy, this so-called Western world pushed for it. It was among the things that they pushed for, and they said we need to have, because they were talking of a democracy, okay, and the need to have a democracy. Now, again, the thing that Moi is not credited for, and in my opinion he should, the two things. One, this education we keep talking about, the person who actually pushed it was Moi. The person who actually opened up the education space and moved us from having one University of Nairobi, to other, it was Moi. That's number one. The expansions of schools, just building more schools that could then accommodate the growing population, it was Moi. But the thing that I found most significant about Moi, in my opinion, is this: he was willing to step down after his 2 terms were over. He set us on a really progressive path. People of his age around the continent
were not.
They led their countries into bloodshed and.
There's a gentleman just across there who's refused to. Precisely. So we have, like you've put it, I think there was a time before he passed on, may he rest in peace, Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. I talked about this intergenerational conclave conversation. There are things some of us don't understand, like the history you're giving. Some of us have not lived through that experience.
Oh, it is true, and nobody tells you about it.
Nobody tells us.
Nobody analyzes for you to understand.
Yes.
You see, Moi and his government are remembered for their repression.
Exactly.
That's what they're remembered for.
The branding is entirely negative.
You know, Soita, there's something we've not gotten from Kibet.
Yes.
Tumemorph tukaenda kwa naja tuambia state of his nation. Kibet, hebu tuambie, how is your nation?
You know, I want to, from this what Sitia said, I want to borrow something from which Baba used to tell us each and every day.
Yeah,
there is this Maslow hierarchy of Kenya needs. Is ignorance, poverty, and diseases. The three where everybody are just focusing on the 3. They don't want the elite, the AI, which is dignity, equity, and inclusion discourse.
Okay.
So on that, our minds have been set, like everything that we do, whatever the government of the day comes in, whatever people don't understand, there's first of all, there's loans the government always does take. The other one is the poverty index in our country. It has reduced.
Okay.
Not
the poverty index of the country. Okay.
In general. And the other one is education level, the education literacy level in our country. It has increased. So it means that
we have more learned friends.
We have more learned friends than the 2 decades.
Okay.
Given that, if you go to the university today, I always tell people that there are so many educated fellas. If you look at the numbers of people who are, even today, you'll find that there are people who are graduating today. So if you do in 1 year, there are almost like 300,000 people who've educated. So where are we going to take these people to give us their skills, their knowledge, and everything? So on that, I think we need to find ways, like what the president always does say, is that at the end of the day, it's not always about me, it's about the country. The country always comes first. And when the country always comes first, that we need the job pool market to increase the investors and everything. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, sorry, no, go ahead, Paul.
No. So I wanted to understand from you, saying that we are doing better because of those things you've mentioned, the poverty index, you've mentioned the literacy levels. So in your eyes, we are doing good.
In my eyes, we're not literally per se, I'll say we are doing good. But you know,
we are not doing as bad.
We're not doing as bad.
No, we're actually doing bad. We're doing badly.
Okay.
What's up?
No, we are actually really doing badly, because if you look at the human resource that we have and its capacity to the point where we actually export it, you see, people think of house help, drivers in the Middle East. That's what they think of. The number of technocrats that Kenya has taken to the Middle East. Saudi has one of the biggest dairy complexes on the planet. It's only China that competes with it. Okay? The people who manage that business in Saudi are Kenyans, just so that you understand.
Even Netherlands and Australia.
Yes. The aviation industry in the Middle East, there are very many Kenyans who work there. There are very many Kenyans who work in the hospitality industry in those very same places. It is one of the reasons why the remittances from a place like the Middle East is that great, because they earn a lot to begin with, so they can send a lot home. Okay? This isn't spoken of. When I say we're doing badly, I'm going to explain what I mean. Managing and planning for the human resource is something that has not been done well. And where we went wrong was the education systems that we keep joking around with. Instead of incrementally changing what needs to be changed because time dictates so. The education system that the Moi government inherited was one where, well, we had district schools, we had
national schools, county,
provincial, county ilikuja baadaye, provincial schools. All these schools at the level of the provincial schools all had technical subjects which they taught. They were not technical schools. Then we had technical high schools.
Yes.
You studied maths, sciences, a few humanities, but the core subjects
Carpentry.
were technical. Yes. It means this pathway that they're talking about in CBE was there. From there, you went to the Polytechnic.
I did metalwork.
Now you understand. Yes. I did metalwork and woodwork.
Yes.
I was in a national school. It was there. I was not interested in it, but I did it anyway. Now, if you are to look at how you want a country to progress, the education system is what tells you that the thinkers in this country know exactly where they want to take the country.
Exactly.
Switzerland is a country that is full of diploma holders and people who have studied in TVET. The TVET and everything that comes with it is more valued than the degrees that we chase and what have you.
Exactly.
And those people are rewarded well. They understood where they want to take their country. You understand it by the way you train your manpower from the primary level as they proceed, and you build institutions. The Moi era did away with some of these institutions that we already had. The focus seemed to have been on the academic. Somebody misadvised the government because they then brought in this 844 system, which had something technical, but essentially it demolished what had existed. Some people said it was a colonial legacy. Yes, it was. The Mzungu wanted Africans to learn technical things and not to get too academic. But we already had a balance at independence. Kibaki created and brought free primary education.
Yes.
Okay? Did we cater for the population that is constantly growing by building enough schools? The answer is no, we did not.
As much as people, we give credit to Kibaki what he did for creating free primary education, but at the end of the day, what he didn't do is that he did not create a pool where will do these learned friends goes after they are finished their schools.
The planning about something like an education system is not something that every president comes along and tinkers and creates their own. No. You improve what needs to be improved, but you retain what was working. You see? But we are governed by our politics more than the realities of what we need to do to move the country forward.
And I add to add to that, our politics, people have moved forward. Life has moved forward, but politics is still stuck in the
our politics it's dominant. You see, that's the thing. Our politics is dominant. It even surpasses policy.
Policies, yes.
But politics dictates policy.
Yes. So itanasema mambo mengine yote yamesonga, lakini siasa imebaki ile
ya kitambo.
Actually, it's not ya kitambo.
It's tribal.
The politics, it's always been tribal.
It's stuck somewhere.
I don't know why people keep talking about tribal.
It will be tribal for a very long time.
Politics has refused to move.
No, that tribal thing is not a negative thing, people. Yes. To be honest.
Sure.
How do you think you learn tolerance? How do you think you learn to accommodate different people? You have to meet different people for you to understand how different they are.
Yes.
And in reality, the element of representation is ideally ethnic representation.
Yes, but it is. Counties are ethnic.
As Paul Soita, who's coming from Bungoma, I cannot go and represent the pastoralists from Masai, from the Masai community. I don't understand pastoralism.
I mean, you can try, but you will
can try, but I cannot.
You don't relate.
I don't have that. I don't relate to that. So it is for them to vote for their own. So I cannot go there and say, we are not tribalists, vote for me. The reality is on the ground.
There's a divide and rule principle that you must understand. The colonialists planted. It's a seed that was planted so that the word tribe was given some extremely negative connotations.
Yes.
Bwana, this diversity is a good thing. And if you look at how we get along as Kenyans, actually we get along fine.
Yes. Well.
It's just that period before we go for an election under 5 years where we go mad. But prior to that, we are fine. We actually get along fine. To understand it, just look at how Kenyans of diverse backgrounds live in other parts of the country that they were never born in. And they live, and they're okay on a daily basis, wako sawa.
Yes.
Every once in a while, you hear some nonsensical happenings in some countries where part of the country where they're saying, hatutaki hawa watu. Yes, but that is rare.
Exactly.
By and large, we accommodate these differences quite well.
And we live very well. You look at even when we have international events and sports.
Yes.
Look at the last, was it? AFCON.
Yes.
We were very okay. We were very friendly. We could laugh and do all things. But when politics comes in, we always reminded there's a table for these people. And
we are reminded by people who create that narrative that causes the division.
Exactly.
Suddenly, these people are your enemy. And you see, the thing about the human being and the way we are socialized, nothing unites us like a common enemy.
Exactly.
Not a common good,
and
a common enemy.
And they need to belong to.
Yes, and that's why our politics is always about delegitimizing people.
Yes.
Watu wanakula watu. Watu sijui wanatembea usiku. Watu sijui wako na mkia. I mean, we have all these crazy things we say about people. But it's the politicians and those who aspire to be politicians who lead that particular charge.
And the politics of what I call case building. You wake up, you have no agenda, you have no program, you don't know what to tell people. I usually say, in 2022, there were people who were voted in for simply saying Uhuru Kenyatta was bad. And in 2027, there are people who are going to be voted in for simply saying William Ruto is bad.
Bro, so it's our politics. There are people who are elected in ODM zones because Raila said they should be elected.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yes.
When Kenneth Matiba was vying for the presidency, there are people who, so long as you're in that party,
you had to say that.
so it's our politics.
It hasn't evolved. That's why I say the politics has not evolved.
Actually, it's evolving, and in the most negative way possible.
Yes.
Because intolerance levels are being accepted.
Increasing.
Yes,
exactly.
They're being accepted.
Yeah.
People are accepting the negative ethnicity that we call it, that people pronounce, and people cheer.
Yeah, exactly.
It is not a good thing.
That's why I always say that there are three kinds of people. There are four kinds of the youths that I've experienced in the political space. The one who knows it all. Knows it all. Kazi yake ni KFC, iPhone, and they are good to go.
Okay.
And the other one they are very ordinary. They have traversed all over the country, and they've met different cultural diversity and everything. And then there's the third one is that mse wa machocha. Huyu sasa atakupea machocha kwa vile mweshi
wewe ni
wewe.
Ground inasema ni wewe.
And then there's the last one. The pressure group. They are also online. They are very active on social media. And then the last one is this kind of they come from, let's say for example, I come from Mgwen constituency. They come from a village Kapkangani, and the biggest town they've ever gone to is Kapsabet town. So so this kind of person, whatever happened is that they will not be influenced by the politics of the national. They'll always be influenced by the politics of the
Kapsabet.
Not the Kapsabet, the local. Whatever.
Kapsabet town, bro.
Kapsabet town.
Amesema the biggest town ameienda akaona
Kapsabet town.
So nilikuwa nadhani politics yake itakuwa influence. No, mimi nilikuwa na flow tu.
Unajua we travel with our politics.
Nilikuwa na flow tu lakini
so ukienda hapo mwambie one term atakataa. Ukimwambia two term anakuambia yes. Because the local politics is two term.
Okay.
The level of exposure is limited to limits him to the environment that is exposed to.
Let me tell you what is surprising.
Yes.
You may come to an urban center and even go and get a university education.
Yeah.
You don't really change much. Change comes about if you will yourself to change.
Yes.
If you will yourself to opening your mind. And that is something that most people do, because it's not that easy to open your mind. It's not that easy to accommodate views. It's simpler to simply go with the flow. Why do you think, for instance, we have this general negative ethnicity that people have? I was giving an example earlier on where somebody makes a negative statement about a community and it's supposed to be true. And you're thinking, God Almighty, sasa hii. And every community has it. It doesn't start with other communities. It starts from among themselves. That clan...
It starts from down there.
Yes.
You don't marry from... And I should say, you remember, it goes back. We used to be told, don't marry from that community.
Yes.
Do not, do not get into that because they are like this. I will not mention, but at one point we were being told, don't marry from...
from certain places.
From certain places.
And it's real.
No, these communities usually this way. Like like you would say, I'm a lawyer. We always told, Aluya, even in politics, we've had a lot of negative.
So nikuulize swali.
Yes.
Are you a lawyer or are you Bukusu?
I'm Bukusu.
Precisely.
I'm Bukusu.
Yes.
So we have a lot of negative stereotypes targeting our community.
Yes.
And even in terms of comedy. So comedy is always negative in our perspective.
Kisiagi, ukali.
All jokes that are made in terms of ethnic profiling are made in our direction.
When I was young,
we only substituted with the Kisika.
Like when I was young, we were told don't marry a Bukusu lady.
And even in the news, we always have the news that is always coming from Western is always negative. Somebody is dunga kizo wasabi ya ugali. It always has to do with food.
So mara liba kuku. Atunasema ati growing up uliambiwa nini?
Don't marry from Bukusu because if you want to be a night runner,
you see. In our politics, I was telling somebody, even in our politics, we always taken for a joke. We have our guys representing us. Buy one get one free.
Tom and Jerry. Yeah, Tom and Jerry linimaliza.
But do you know,
it's sad for us.
If you look at what it is the colonialists did, and this is something the colonialists understood very, very well.
Yes.
The colonialists had practice.
Yeah.
By the time they were coming to our continent, into our country, they'd been practicing with their neighbors. Like the English, they practice it with the Welsh, they practice it with the Scots, they practice it with the Irish. Walikuwa wamefanya tizi vizuri.
Yes.
And then there are other colonies like India.
Yes.
By the time a country has a colony, they call it a penal colony. Yani, you're a criminal of such enormous proportions, they can't keep within the boundaries. They take you to Australia, which is really far. Okay? Hiyo ndio kazi, mwende huko.
Muka fight na saber-tooth tiger.
No, hawana hizo vitu. Unless it's going to be...
you profile...
Python.
No, appearance. I was going to say saber-tooth kangaroo.
You chose my kangaroos.
So you see the seed is planted, and you have to deliberately ensure that you take advantage of the environment you find yourself in and the exposure that you are given. That's what education is supposed to do. But exactly. I am putting across this idea that people don't change that much.
The more things change, the more they...
Yes, because if you listen to how we describe people, when you're talking to people who speak our language, you start by saying, these people are very strange, but so-and-so is different. Meaning, you've already been profiled, you've been packaged, you're ready for shipment. Yani, and this is somebody who you would argue has exposure.
Exactly.
If he's talking with people who speak his language and is able to differ with them and say, that's profiling, it is wrong, then that person, that exposure has actually benefited him. But exactly. We very rarely do that. That's why when people talk about being Kenyans, in fact, I turn away and say, this is nonsense I'm hearing. Because it is not something that we manufacture and propagate when the election is around the corner.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay? It is something that we must practice in the way we think, not in the way we do things. Because, for instance, when these keyboard warriors, this gentleman has helped me understand these things very well. Yes. No, seriously, he has. He lives in this social media space.
Yes.
And I visit it from time to time now. If you say something negative about Kenya,
they'll come after you.
They'll kill you.
Definitely.
Yani,
but in the context of being outside.
Yes. You will be landed on.
You'll be lynched.
Now, if you wanted to understand that actually we are not as diverse, negatively diverse, that's a perfect example.
Yes.
You suddenly they remember, I'm a Kenyan.
Yes.
And this is nonsense. And it doesn't matter what their ethnic background is, they will realize this person is joking with us. But the people who have brought it to the fore is your generation, not mine. You take it a lot more seriously than we did.
You had the leadership at your time. That intergenerational conversation should have happened. At your time, you had a lot of emphasis on the need for this country to be a nation.
Yes.
You had nationhood was a very serious issue. I remember when I was starting my early education, we always had this. There was the national anthem, and there was something else.
Loyalty pledge.
The loyalty pledge. Nationhood was inculcated in people in a very serious way. You loved your country. You were made to love your country. You had to be patriotic, and it was very serious. When when the flag was being hoisted, you had to stand. No, nowadays it's never taken that serious. So the advantage you had was the leadership at that time. That's why I said the times have changed, but to an extent, politics is becoming even worse. Or it's not changing, even to becoming worse.
Apart from time, like nowadays, everybody are in for content creation. So you'll find, for example, like today, if you go to a very serious institutions, there is the Kenyan anthem and there is only East African anthem.
Yes.
And but if you go to more marginalized community, there's no much about national anthem. It's about what's trending in the Republic of Kenya, and that it has also made people that apart from let me just capture this moment so that it can go viral on social media.
So the substance.
Change doesn't come about because you have a leader who is forward-thinking. Change comes about when that forward-looking leader is able to capture the minds of his people so that they understand the transformation that is necessary.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they rally behind this person, because then that person is a leader.
Yes.
These are the fellows are just politicians we have elected. They're not leaders.
Our politics is performance. It's performative. It's not substance. It's more like
it's theater.
It's theater, exactly. It's drama. You do this so that people see it this way. No, it's not like I'm I'm genuinely interested in bringing this kind of change. So it's tufanye hivi tuonekane hivi. So I think in a way, one would also say that's why I said politics are changed. People usually say the Moi playbook and all that. It's drama. So you don't. Right now, if you want to run for a seat as a young person, I'm contesting. I'm always told, do you have guns? So it's performance. Do you have this kind of money, or do you have this kind of that? So it's not. Are you really genuine? Are you really, do you really want to bring this kind of, what is your policy? What is your this and that? So politics has become a performance. It's so performative. It's unrelated. That's why I'm saying it's unrelated to the real interests and needs of the people down there.
Yeah. But let me ask, what is it about youth forums and the youth communities and the different voices that are associated with the youth? What is it that they do that actually focuses on changing the economic situation for their group? What do they, not what they say, what do they do?
Let's say, for example, you meet a 25-year-old woman who she has 2 kids, and you meet a 25-year-old guy. He's just there. His parents have money. He has not moved out. He has not lived experience being alone. You'll find that these people, they have different thinking capacity. Why am I saying so is that if you say I'll promise free education to people, the mother will be thinking about his 2 kids at home, but you'll find that a 25-year-old youth will not be thinking about what will free education assist me at the moment. Me, I just need a handout. I need something that I can get at that moment. So that.
Okay.
You've asked a very good question, Bwana City. And it's also one of the challenges that should be addressed.
Yes.
Much of engagements about young people are more about rights, the need to have rule of law, the need for, there are more abstract conversations. So because economy is about reality, when you're talking about livelihoods, when you're talking about people being...
Wait, the economy is about?
The economy is about...
is it rights or something?
No, the conversations that are held in forums are more about... So when you talk about when you meet young people, they tell you, we need a country that has rule of law, a country that has respects the constitution and all that. So there are conversations that are abstract in nature. They are not conversations that are active in the way that when you're talking about economic upliftment, then we are talking about these are the ways to go about it. So most of the conversations in all the forums have nothing or very little to do with how do we as young people develop a framework in such a way that we are able to grow ourselves economically.
Okay.
So it's not really... And I think it should go towards that direction. So when we're talking about young people meeting and discussing their interests, is not saying tunataka nchi ambayo inaheshimu katiba. Yes, we have made steps in that regard. When you go to compare to other countries, we've made steps. So we should be talking about affordability. We should be talking about livelihoods. Then we now begin talking about what can we do as young people to be able to create an environment that works for us.
Yeah.
And in this regard, I would mention things like, if we had a forum, I would even suggest that we have a problem with too much legislation in the business environment that usually plays a role in limiting how far you can even start your business, even go further beyond that. Because if you are required to even have a license to have a TV in your small PlayStation, that is a limiting factor in itself.
But there are countries that actually need you to have a license to have a TV.
It's okay to have a license, but if you're a young person struggling because opportunities are limited when it comes to employment, but when you are even limited to even start your own little hustle to progress, then you have no starting point. Basically, they're telling you don't even start. So when you're having, that's why I'm saying the conversations that we have are abstract conversations. When it comes to economic discussions, now we're talking about realities, because realities means if the limiting factor is over regulation and over licensing, then we need to we need to have proposals on how do we cut down on licenses. So for example, you would suggest a proposal and say, for young people who are starting businesses in Nairobi County, for instance, should have a fee cut on the licensing, or maybe for the first year they don't pay a license. So you're able to then, if you are starting a business, you're able to, it reduces.
It's given time to grow.
You're given time to grow. That's why startups are dying. So that now becomes a real conversation. It's a lived reality conversation. Lakini ile the way Bwana City has put it is abstract. We are meeting to discuss liberal ideas. It's just idealistic and ideologies on how this country should run. So we've not transitioned from, yes, young people don't have jobs, but that's why I was watching Mheshimiwa Sifuna on TV the other day. He was talking about he was being asked about the economy, and he went back to rule of law. And he said, and I support him, the rule of law, and saying, rule of law will enable the business environment to... It's okay to talk about rule of law. We've had rule of law. We've done fairly well. The constitution in itself needs just to be enforced. And I think where we've reached, we cannot go back to where Uganda is or where the other countries are.
Okay.
But beyond the conversation of democracy, beyond the conversation, we have a fairly good democracy. We may have challenges here or there. We are not that perfect, but we are doing fairly well. I think we need to be more realistic as young people in the conversations we have, in the spaces that we have, with regards to how do we then begin to talk about our economic being and livelihood.
Let me ask
going
you
forward.
something.
Yes.
And this is a question to both of you, Kibetan, as well.
Yes.
The manifesto that we were given by President Ruto.
Yes.
Do you feel it was realistic?
No, it wasn't realistic. It's policy, it's politics, and it's performative.
All right.
You're told have an agenda. Then you can produce any agenda.
Give me an example of what made it unrealistic, even if it's just one aspect in MBA. Like, for example, this was promised and it was virtually...
Let me give you an example, a very lived example. My friend here is running to become an MP. Tafuta posters are all the candidates who are running to be MP in this country. They are all the same. They all have infrastructure. They all have education for all. They all have, because of Gen Z demonstrations, they have something called accountability and governance. And they all have, they are basically the same thing.
Okay.
So the lies have, and that's why people are getting frustrated, because even with politicians, this element of people saying we need absolute change is people saying we've seen everything that can be said and done in politics.
Okay.
So what President Ruto promised is, people say he has done. Yes, what he has done, maybe he didn't promise what he has done. So it is not doing what he promised.
Okay.
An example is the free internet, free sanitary towels, free gas.
Watu walikola wamepata kidogo.
Lakini hawana refill wapi?
Ngoja Soita. Ningependa Kibeta jibu the same question.
When I was in Azimio, 2022, I was supporting vigorously Raila Amolo Odinga, and it was social transformation. And we package it as a social transformation agenda for the people of Republic of Kenya, where we need one county, one product. And William Ruto said, no, we don't have bottom-up transformation agenda. We need that, for example, tutoke chini, tuende juu. It happened that I went to one of the logistical company here in Mombasa Road. And there's this one guy who was imported into Mitumba. All consignment, it's 8 million. And there's another person who has imported electronic. It's like 40 million.
Okay.
And then how do you expect this one person, he has paid 1 million for the tax and the shipment, and this other one has paid also the same 1 million for the goods of, for example, for the 40 million consignment. Unaona kama kuna moja amenyanyaswa.
Kuna moja iko disadvantaged.
And that's what the president has always talked about, that we need to fill, because what I remember is that when Moi came in, Kibaki came in, he increased the tax base of our country, whereby
more people are paying tax.
And you could see the development for our nation. It's only that people always give Kibaki credit from 2007 to 2013 because it was a Nusumkate government. But from 2001
2002 to
2007, there was so much kind of kunasikia pesa imebiwa hii. There are so many scandals.
One of the biggest scandals we ever had was in that particular era. But again, remember, Kibaki was not well.
Yes.
The perpetrators or people who were deemed to have broken the law, Kibaki would get rid of you. It is not that what we didn't see was them being taken to court. Okay? But you were gotten rid of.
So you know nowadays the politics of 21st century is not the same as the other one, the 10 years ago. And for example, if I can get rid of you today, he'll go to his community, galvanize people about around him, telling us about how.
Are you talking about Gachagua?
I'm giving you an example.
We know who we're talking about, but continue.
It's like a social identity theory where
you know, there's something that must be said. You know, we don't often have honest conversations about our politics. Our conversations leans in the direction that we favor, or the one we suit our politics.
Our politics is
We're never neutral.
A president must make mistakes.
Yeah. It's a human being.
Must. No, must. It's mandatory. And a president who makes mistakes is somebody who's trying. You can see, because if you don't make mistakes immediately, you're doing nothing. When you do nothing, you will likely not make any mistake.
Exactly.
you ask the question, were the promises realistic? Let me answer it this way. Every promise that the president made was something that could be done, but it wasn't going to be done immediately.
Yes.
And there was the issue of priority. Which do you start off with? Which do you do first before the other? But the promises, the way they were presented, it was like they were all going to be done at the same time. But that was an impossibility. Okay.
Kenyans think that, for example, if I promise today, I'll make 3 major highways. People think that it's an instant coffee.
Yeah, but it's the way it's presented.
No, because when you create expectations,
Yes.
when you create
Especially
expectations,
when you say in 6 months.
in 6 months,
Bwana,
you come and say that in 6 months after 6 months, it becomes.
And yet, people forget that in the Kibaki era, not Kibaki, in the Uhuru era, I still remember the governor of Meru then saying that there are 121 projects that the government said they were going to do, which they have not done. 121, okay? So, nobody focuses on what was not done in the previous government or the one before it or the one before it. We have this issue with our politics where, depending on the narrative that is spun and the effectiveness with which it is spun, the focus is on the present time.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I consider dangerous with this particular era we're in is that there is a narrative of hate.
Definitely.
Now that is not a good thing, because it can catapult. This particular president is paying the price for how he played his politics when Uhuru was president.
Exactly.
It has come to bite him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, those who are against him now are setting up a stage that will come to bite them
in the next election.
because there is no guarantee that they are going to perform better. None.
Yeah.
No one has a guarantee.
For us, I'll give you a funny example. I remember when you were in Azimio and you were being told that we have the power now. Raila is going to become the president. You, Kibet, because you are one of his worker, you'll never see him. You'll never see him. Even if he knows you in person, he becomes the state property. Now, we were told that how power was from the NIS, from how the president will be, how everything will be. So forward is that whatever we always do as a country, it's like we have this behavior that if somebody promises us today something, we have this kind of energy that he must do it immediately.
Yeah, it is an expectation and it's a legit one.
It's a social politics and politicians form a social contract with the electorate.
Forgetting that
because it's trust. You're building, because if you promise somebody something, and they trust you to the extent that they vote for you, the expectation is that whatever you promise them, you have to deliver. And if you promise that it is in 6 months and you don't do it in 6 months, don't be angry when they come back and tell you promised in 6 months and you haven't delivered in 6 months.
And more so when you had an opportunity to come and say, people, this thing can't be done
in 6 months. You had an opportunity to adjust.
Yes, you could have said, guys, you're going to be disappointed, but this thing actually is going to take 12 months.
I usually say people are angry and they have a right to be. They are not wrong to demand that you told us in 6 months and you have not done in 6 months. It's common sense. And I usually say one of the problems we have in politics right now is lack of common sense. Just basic common sense that you promise in 6 months, you didn't deliver in 6 months. Do it in 6 months. If you don't do it, come and say I cannot do it in 6 months, and people will find ways to agree with you that it cannot be done in 6 months.
Gentlemen, we've come to the end of the show.
Okay, thank you.
Lazima tumalizie hapa kwa sasa, but shukran sana for making your time.
Thank you so much.
Na kuja tukaweza kujadiliana mambo haya. Let's go because everything that we mentioned here, I was trying to juggle between patriotism and nationalism, and whether there is one versus the other, or are we practicing both in good and bad ways, you know? And to some extent, I feel like what has been seen so far is nationalism and the negative aspects of it, because there's the good sides of it. Patriotism, of course, we know Kenyans 100% patriotic. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Nawashukuru tena sana. Mungu aendelee kuwabariki.
Thank you for the opportunity. See you next time.
All right. See you tomorrow, Friday, bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m.
You see...
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Langata Member of Parliament Felix Odiwuor alias Jalango has raised concern over the poor state of roads in South Sea, saying the area's infrastructure is struggling to keep up with the rapid development. He says the growth of apartment buildings in a neighborhood originally designed for single homes has put pressure on the roads network, with many roads remaining in poor condition despite repeated repairs.
But we did work at 5-Star Estate. We've done Akiba 1, Akiba 2, the Swara Estates and all. Nairobi West the same. But the main roads within South Sea are still a problem to date. There was even, the community were even coming out to demonstrate that they wanted better roads. But South Sea is changing and changing very fast. It was made and built for single dwelling.
Yeah.
But when you go there now,
apartments hotels
are coming up.
Yeah.
And the infrastructure that was there then cannot be able
handle.
To handle. And even the roads, even if you repair today, like Muhoho Road or Leshapara, the excavation going on there for those apartments, you receive out almost 2,000 trucks driving out of South Sea every single day, either going to dump or bringing in materials. And the physical planning has been an issue in South Sea.
Yeah.
The urban planning, the physical planning, and it. Nairobi City Council has not done so well around that space. And I wish they could do much more in trying to... We have to agree.
Sort it out, yeah.
We have to agree that things are changing. The communities where we are living are changing.
The government has launched a nationwide exercise to help more than 500,000 Kenyans collect their processed national identity cards. Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo says the Ministry of Interior is working with county governments and local administrators to trace applicants whose IDs are still lying at registration centers. The announcement was made during a meeting with Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Nasir, where the two discussed the growing number of uncollected government documents. Kisii Governor Simba Arati says any political cooperation between ODM and UDA should be based on fairness. Arati says if President